Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, young squirrel friends, wherever you are. A million squirrel points if you can guess what musical that is from. Although in the real musical, it's not Squirrel Friends. The lyrics are slightly different, but I'm not going to give you the real lyrics because then you might be able to Google it and that's cheating. So hopefully one of you guys will be able to guess that song from that Broadway show. Anyways, happy to be here with you guys. We're going to hopefully, I think, finish up the trial here. I've got all kinds of things queued up, including the press conference after the verdict, juror interviews, all kinds of good stuff. And yeah, hope you guys are having a good week so far. What's the weather like where y'all are at? We're still having some nice warm weather here, which I love. It's like 72 degrees out right now. Perfect. So yeah, so there she is. Where we're at here, we left off towards the end here of day 8. I think this is actually after the lunch break. The previous live stream, we had finished with the disastrous divorce attorney testimony. So that finished up in the morning. Then they go to lunch, and then they pick up here with the first of many of Donna's colloquies as after they've been filibustering about whether or not she's going to testify. And, you know, again, I had the feeling through all that testimony in the defense's case in chief that it felt like they were filibustering. But boy, was that abundantly clear as this day progressed with Donna and her indecisiveness about testifying. And this whole thing was quite shocking to me. Add it to a list of firsts that I've never seen in a trial. I don't remember if it's this moment or maybe later in the day, but when we get to it, I'll point it out as something I've literally never seen in a trial ever. So another first. Always fun to be surprised by things that happen in trial. So I've got some other fun announcements and things we're going to talk about, but we'll just go ahead and jump right on into this while you guys are getting here.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You can lower your hand. You understand with your former, or I guess I don't know the relationship exactly, but someone who has previously represented you concerning their testimony today, are you waiving attorney-client privilege concerning what they will testify about?
Yes, I am.
Concerning that, Mr. Zell,
Okay, so this is the colloquy in regards to attorney-client privilege. Okay.
do you wish the court to make any further call?
Yes, Your Honor. The waiver is specific as to the counsel that our client received from Ms. Descalzo.
Well, if you need to discuss with her what she's waiving, that's fine. I don't believe you can waive for him to have.
True. He cannot waive for her.
What is that scope?
The information that we discussed after my son's trial regarding my travel in the state of Florida.
Is the defense planning to examine this
Vacation?
witness on any other topics that will be identified as the scope of the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. If any matters are inquired into that exceed the scope, at that point, we are going to have to send a jury out of the room. As I previously stated before, the state is permitted to cross-examine as to all topics that are inquired to on defense direct, and also as well matters of impeachment and bias. Does the state need to be heard in any way?
So basically, so we're about to hear a little bit from Donna's defense attorney from when she was very initially arrested. And so this attorney only represented her briefly for like her arraignment and whatnot. But basically the point here is tread carefully because, you know, this is the defendant's case in chief. So therefore they're the ones calling this witness, right? So any questions they get into with this particular witness, the state is allowed to, of course, cross-examine on those issues. So it's basically tread carefully, right? So yeah.
So the other matter concerning whether Mrs. Adelson will testify as
Here
part of the
we
defense
go.
case in chief, Mr. Zellman, were you able to speak with her as to a final decision?
I'll allow, the short answer is we were allowed 20 minutes during lunch break to speak with Ms. Adelson.
In addition to the time that you had yesterday.
Okay, this is crazy. Here's the thing. If you guys think way back to earlier on in this case, before, well, I guess before it got continued for the many different reasons. Well, okay, it was continued a number of times due to all the issues stemming from Dan Rashbaum and all the conflicts of interest, right? But in between one of those times, so this was a long time ago, it feels like maybe last spring, maybe. She had that, do y'all remember when she had that hearing? It was the hearing about the jailhouse informants where she was trying to make these allegations that they were sexually assaulting her in the shower and whatnot. And it was just crazy. And so Donna took the stand in that hearing. She was on the stand for a long ass time talking about her little eardrums and the earwax. And the other thing was the part where she said she cut herself on the thing where she was going to do the laundry, which was just so ironic. And anyway, she wanted to testify for that hearing. And she was I was shocked. Like, that was not expected. That's not normal. And she was on the stand for a long time. And she was very, 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 what's the word? Talkative, right? Like, she was not like shy about it. Like, that was the moment where myself and I think many other people were like, oh my God, she's definitely going to take the stand in her trial, because she was like chomping at the bit. And this was just a hearing, right? And it was like, holy crap. Like, and not only that, but there was a lot of discussion at that hearing and subsequent hearings prior to the trial where it was almost expected. It was like one of those situations where the defense was really indicating it was a certainty that she was going to take the stand. Like, that just came up a lot. And so I was definitely expecting her to take the stand, again, because they were, a lot of their arguments they were making and things they wanted to get in evidence were going to be contingent. They were going to only be able to come from her testimony. They were contingent upon her taking the stand. They had indicated that she was going to, in certain terms, but also Donna herself, again, volunteering to take the stand during that hearing, which was just, and again, not even being shy about it, being like, seemed to be really, I mean, she was just like her old self. The way you hear her on the jail phone calls where she's going on and just da-da-da. It was just like that. It was like she was just in her element on the stand, just talking, da-da-da. And it was crazy. And I mean, that would be the biggest indicator, in my opinion, that it was like, oh, she's definitely going to take the stand in her trial. So I was expecting her to affirmatively say she's going to take the stand. Now, here's what's interesting here. So,
the defense case in chief, Mr. Zellman, were you able to speak with her as to a final decision?
I'll allow, the short answer is we were allowed 20 minutes during the lunch break to speak with Ms. Adelson.
Okay. So this already was shocking to me, because it was like, wait, hang on. They had already been indicating this entire time during the pretrial litigation that she's going to take the stand. She's already taken the stand in that hearing. So this is like an ongoing discussion, right? Like, whenever you have a defendant that's going to take the stand, yeah, of course you're going to have the colloquy. Of course you're going to have discussion prior to that moment where they have to make that decision. But it's not like you don't talk about it until then. It's not like it's never discussed up until that moment where it's like, okay, are you going to take, like, no. This is part of your defense, right? And so it's something that is discussed with your defense attorneys all throughout the pretrial litigation and even throughout the course of the trial during the state's case in chief. It's an ongoing discussion. And again, here, the posture was that she was going to take the stand. But even if that wasn't the posture, let's just say that it was a situation where it seems like someone who was definitely not going to take the stand. That would be discussed for, months and months and months, if not a year, 2 years before trial. Like, once the defense gets discovery and they start formulating sort of a strategy and maybe sort of what their case in chief is going to look like and a witness list and all that, those conversations are going to be had, right? And that's if the witness doesn't bring it up first, or the witness. So that's if the defendant doesn't bring it up first, because some defendants, they might, early on be like, hey, like, do I have to take the stand? Or they might be like, hey, can I take the stand? Or whatever. So, but even if the defendant doesn't bring it up, it's going to come up from the defense attorneys early on in a case, as soon as it starts to become something that's like, okay, like, how are we going to form our strategy? Because, part of the thing is like, well, if there's testimony that you can get in through other witnesses, not the defendant, then that would be optimal. And again, you have here the situation where she had already done this in the hearing. And the hearing was like, again, I think it was like last spring. So a year and a half before this trial, maybe. But even all of that aside, he's saying we've only had 20 minutes to talk about it, which is wild, because this was coming after a long weekend. And they'd already had like a week and a half trial prior to that. And then the long weekend. So like, this is nonsense. It's not like to just be like, oh, this is the first time we've had to talk about it was during the lunch break. We only had 20 minutes is just complete and utter BS. Just saying, like, this is crazy. So when he said this, I was like, holy crap, like this was the first indication that it's like the fact that he's making this excuse, it's like, wait, is she not going to take the stand? Because why else would he say this? Because this is completely irrational.
In addition to the time that you had yesterday and other times.
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling him out.
If I might judge, the issue is that
Well, one moment. Who's handling this matter?
one
We're
horse,
not
one
tagging
rider.
any arguments of any sort.
Your Honor, what Ms. Fulford and I had discussed was the factual issues that are concerning our client's decision. She was more involved in than I was.
So then
The
let
other
her
thing
talk.
that I intended to address was the time that we had during the lunch break. Aside from that, I'm asking that Ms. Fulford be allowed to address the court.
Ms. Fulford, go ahead.
the issue that we're facing, Judge, is this was 6 days of testimony from witnesses for the state and a great deal of evidence that they have entered. We have discussed with our client, of course, her right to remain silent or whether she wants to testify or not. We have not had an opportunity to go through all of the evidence that's been entered in this case and have a full and frank discussion with her about that evidence. If there are
How?
any issues that she thinks need to be addressed.
How and when would you be expecting to do that? I mean, and this is where it just becomes one of those things, right? Where it's like in every trial, this is a question before the defendant. And in every trial, every defense attorney knows they're going to be also confronted with this very same decision. And that you need to be prepared. So this is just, this is not, this just strains credulity, right? That like this just makes no sense. It's like, oh, well, there was a lot of evidence in the state's case in chief and we haven't gotten it. Like, what? It's like, are you surprised that you're being asked this question? It's just very odd. I mean, really, they could have done better with the excuses, I think, here. I don't even know.
For her testimony, whether she thinks she needs to testify or not, and what her decision is on that.
When we had the break yesterday at 2:45 in the afternoon, you did not speak with your client concerning whether she wished to testify.
Absolutely.
And prior to that, the long weekend, and prior to that, the 2 years or whatever preparing for trial, for fuck's sake.
Yes, Judge, and that's what I said. We have discussed with her whether she wants to testify or not.
The defendant in every single case, Ms. Fulford,
Thank
is
you.
faced with this moment as the defense case in chief
Yes.
ends.
Yep.
What are you asking for?
I'm asking for additional time to be able to go through all of the testimony and evidence with our client so that she can make a fully informed decision as to whether she wants to continue to remain silent or testify in this case.
Ms. Fulford, concerning that has been provided by the court. If she wishes to testify, we do need to go through the colloquy. If she does not, it's a simple matter. But there has been time pre-trial to prepare for this moment.
Certainly
There's been
has.
time during trial, and specifically the recessed court early for you to address any issues with witnesses
Right.
or whether your client would testify.
Yesterday, when you allowed us to recess early, Judge, Mr. Zellman and I spent time going through the evidence that was admitted, making sure that we understood everything that was there, because there was some confusion during the trial about things being added and things being removed.
Right. Your being confused is not his fault or anyone else's fault, first of all. Second of all, your poor time management, there's only two possibilities. Either that's actually true and they just like, how are you that poor, how are you that bad at your jobs with like your time management? Or this is not true and their time management is fine, but they're just making excuses to buy her more time because they're filibustering basically, right? Procrastinating. Which if that's the case, I actually would give them some amount of credit for it because first of all, you shouldn't be that disorganized or unprepared as a defense attorney or any attorney, right? You should have good time management skills. So that's one thing. But second of all, if you're basically making excuses and making yourself look bad in order to advocate for your client, I can't really get mad at them for that, right? Like it's still annoying. But if this is just advocacy and she's willing to make herself look disorganized and feeble and incompetent or whatever for her client's sake, okay, fine. But what she's actually saying, if that's really the case, are you really that terrible with your time management? And I mean, the confusion and anyways.
So we wanted to make sure we understood completely what there was there. We left here, went straight to the jail,
And
and
there wasn't that much confusion. There was like one exhibit and it was like on the first day of trial where the defense was all confused and it was their own fault for having things not labeled properly. And that, from my recollection, that was the only thing where there was some sort of quote unquote confusion. And it was a minor difference and it got sorted out pretty quickly and it was due to their own fault. Anyways, I could go on.
had the issue with the potential new witness and spoke with our client, but that's not an ample time to discuss with her what is actually coming in the state's case.
Your client is in a no different position than any other defendant who has to decide whether they wish to testify or not. I will give you 5 additional minutes to discuss this matter. From there, the defendant is going to have to make a decision whether she is going to testify or exercise her right to remain silent. Please check with the jurors, let them know that we'll get started momentarily.
Okay, so what's coming up here is what might be potentially, and I'm not saying it will be, but if there's anything that could be any type of, okay, let me just put it this way. Their strongest argument on appeal. If you're Donna's defense, if you're her appellate counsel, right? Which of course will not be, these attorneys will be different attorneys. If you're her appellate counsel, potentially this would be your best argument on appeal, would be Judge Everett's decision here. Now, I'm not faulting him. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision. I understand why he handled this the way he did, which we're about to hear. But just keeping in mind that we will hear more about this whenever she files her appeal, I think.
Laughter. We are
Hold on.
Yes.
So this is also funny, though. The gallery laughing. Oh, my God.
Times is the response from the audience concerning things that are said by the defense. And although the proceedings are public, that has not stopped Peanut Gallery from their comments.
Peanut
and
Gallery?
Laughter. We are respectfully requesting that the court hear allow Ms. Adelson to participate at sidebar as she is entitled, and for the court to address additional issues that are weighing on Mrs. Adelson's decision.
Okay. So that was a weird way that he just did that, because he made it sound like those two things are connected, but it's two separate issues he just raised. He raised one issue about the gallery, the peanut gallery, technically. It's really funny because they're called the gallery in trial, right? But the peanut gallery, funny. And the snickering and the laughing or whatever. And then he segues into basically essentially it's another excuse to try to buy them more time, or buy Donna more time with her decision, saying, can we come to sidebar and talk to you about why she's struggling? Which I don't know why that, like, basically, I think it's another way, because they've already asked for so much other time to do this. Like, they ended court early. He just gave them 5 more minutes. Like, they've had all this time, like, where they've got the cameras and they've left the courtroom and they've gone and talked. So it's like, okay, well, we can't ask for that again. So what else can we ask for? Okay, how about we all come to sidebar and talk about it with you, Your Honor, and try to talk about why we're starting. I think it's another way to try to buy her more time. That seems like it's different from asking to, like, go speak privately, but in essence, it's for the same purpose.
His approach, they're not going to do this for very long.
Okay, he humors them. Please approach. He said it won't take long. That's what she said. That's what Judge Everett said. There they are at sidebar, and there's Donna with her headphones. Okay. All right, let's go. So you'll notice that they're bringing the jury in because everybody's standing. So whatever they talked about at sidebar, he's like, okay, I'll ask her again later, which is wild because they're about to have more testimony. And this is just crazy because I don't know why and how her defense argued or thinks it would help for her to just listen to some more testimony and then, anyways. But again, to the extent that this could become an appellate issue, what this is he humored them yet again. He already said, okay, we need a decision. Okay, no, you can have 5 more minutes. He gives them 5 more minutes. They come back. Can we go to sidebar? He humors them. They go to sidebar. And then he doesn't make her make that decision. He gives them more time, and we proceed into the next witness. Donna's old.
We'll continue at this point with the defense's case.
Luis Rivera for Defense Exhibit 50. At this point in time, the defense will call Marrisell Descalzo.
Okay.
Marrisell, Descalzo.
My last name is spelled Descalzo.
And Ms. Descalzo, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm an attorney,
Okay, what type of attorney?
a criminal defense attorney,
And how long have you been practicing?
since 2003.
During a period of time ending shortly after her arrest, did you represent Donna Adelson?
Yes, I represented her sometime in 2022 through maybe 3 months after she was arrested.
And I want to direct your attention specific to October, the late October and beginning of November of 2023. During that time period, was her son on trial?
I'm not sure about the dates, but it sounds about right.
During that time period, when her son was on trial and shortly after, did you have some concerns based on statements that she was making?
Okay, we're gonna skip past this part about Donna threatening to harm herself or whatever the fuck. We're gonna get to the part that is the main reason she's here, which is just talk about her being, it was fine for her to fly to Vietnam and whatnot, right? Oh, and the self-surrendering, right? Okay, here we go.
I apologize because I only remember your first name, but
This is funny because she doesn't remember George's name. Okay, here we go.
it's not.
Okay. And specifically, there were no warrants for her arrest.
My understanding from speaking to Mr. Rashbaum, that Mr. Rashbaum had communicated with law enforcement and that there was no outstanding warrant. I had been in touch with the prosecutor of this case, and I apologize because I only remember your first name, but with Georgia. And we had discussed previously, not around this time, we had previously discussed that I represented Mrs. Adelson. So I assumed that if anything would happen, that if there was a warrant or if Mrs. Adelson was going to be arrested, that I would be contacted.
Did you advise Mrs. Adelson that if a warrant was issued, that you would provide her with that information so that she could self-surrender?
So the discussions I had with Mrs. Adelson were exactly like that. Mrs. Adelson discussed what would happen if there was an arrest warrant and the potential things that might happen. The prosecutor had never guaranteed for me that Mrs. Adelson could self-surrender.
Okay. Did you tell?
There you go. So she never guaranteed it. Now, what was really funny is that on cross-exam with, I forget which witness it was from the state. It was probably Pat Sanford, if I had to guess. But during the state's case in chief on cross-exam, the defense was trying to get out there this whole thing about how Donna had agreed to self-surrender and basically trying to make it seem like the state pulled a fast one or whatever, like they'd agreed to this, which, you could tell that was not what really happened. But here we're even hearing it from her, Donna's, former attorney, that it was never agreed upon, right? It was like talked about. There was a potential for it. Let's see what she says exactly.
Potential things that might happen. The prosecutor had never guaranteed for me that Mrs. Adelson.
It's not a guarantee. Now, here's the thing. I remember again when this is happening live, and I was like, oh my God, because, for anyone who's not aware of this, I'm a paralegal for 2 criminal defense attorneys that have separate firms. And we have a lot of clients that, I've seen this happen. I've witnessed this on a regular basis, and the whole thing, especially if we already have a client, for example, and they're out on bail, for example, pending trial. And then, they violate the terms of their pre-trial release, right? Or they get charged with something else, things of that nature, to where now it's like, okay, your bail is going to be revoked and you're going to be held in custody until your trial. So basically you're going to be arrested. And, it's one of those situations where since they already have representation, there are discussions about, can they self-surrender? And so I've seen this happen firsthand, and it is not a guarantee. I don't know that it's really ever a guarantee. It's just one of those things that you just sort of rely on a good faith basis. And I will also note that when she mentions Dan Rashbaum, for anyone who's not familiar, that was Charlie's defense attorney. And he was also Donna's defense attorney initially. And he was also the reason why there's all these conflicts of interest, and the reason why there were all these all the huge debacles with Donna's trial being continued, and Charlie's best argument on appeal as well, which there's a whole lot to talk about there, and we've talked about on previous live streams. But basically, Dan Rashbaum came in and just was basically a tornado to this case, and representing, trying to represent basically the whole family, minus Wendi, apparently, at the same time. It was a mess. So what she's saying is basically, it's what she heard from Dan Rashbaum was about these conversations. So you have to take it with a grain of salt, because Dan Rashbaum is also the one who had told Donna, hey, what was it? We heard it on we heard Donna reference it on that on the hot mic call, right? Where she's like, yeah, Dan says, you know, if we leave right now, we might get out in time or something like that. And the words that she uses indicate that Dan Rashbaum has either the intel or the feeling or whatever that an arrest was imminent for Donna. And basically you cannot tell. Okay. One of the things that is in the ABA model rules, right? Professional conduct for attorneys, you cannot aid in or suggest or help or counsel or advise a defendant, right, that you represent, the client of yours, to flee to avoid criminal charges. Like you will be disbarred, all kinds of things. Like you cannot do that. So it sounded to me like what happened here was Dan Rashbaum sort of towing the line of like, well, there might be an arrest, but I don't know for sure, you know, so he has like plausible deniability. And at the same time, the thing that gives you that sort of insight into his towing that line is what he said to Donna was like the whole thing of like, well, you know, if you leave right now, you may or may not get out in time, which right there is like, that shows he had, you know what I mean? Prior knowledge like that. Anyways. So, and him towing the line is par for the course for his conduct throughout his entire representation with everybody in this case. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I feel like with his, I feel like with what we saw from him in this case, there's a number of issues that should be huge issues for the Florida bar. He really either came really close, if not, you know, blatantly crossed the line and broke a lot of those rules that are, and the bar holds those rules of professional conduct the same as like the laws that govern regular citizens, right? It's like, if you break one of those rules as an attorney, it's like akin to being somebody committing like, you know, a murder or something. Like it's literally considered to be the absolute utmost disgraceful thing that you can do. And anyway, it's a whole thing. So, and it's very risky. His behavior, it was very risky with, you know, for these Adelsons. So all that to say that that's who Dan Rashbaum is, and that's whose word, that's where she heard, like what she's relying on is his representations to her. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. Okay.
Self-surrender.
Okay. Did you tell her did you tell Mrs. Adelson that self-surrender was something that could happen?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And on November 6th, her son was convicted. Did you speak with her after that specific as to her ability to travel?
I don't remember the dates, but there was discussions about her traveling after the conviction, because around that time was when she was making a serious threat, was when Mrs. Adelson was making these serious threats about her life.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So I think here's probably where they have to figure out, or are they going to draw the line because of the attorney-client privilege?
Good afternoon.
And that's it. We're on to cross. Only of those handful of questions.
Now, if someone has a warrant, is it up to the defendant or the suspect, the person who has the warrant, to dictate their terms of surrender?
I don't think so. It's up to the law enforcement.
It's usually up to law enforcement to decide how or where to apprehend that person, right?
Yes.
But so it's not a requirement of law enforcement to notify someone when they have a warrant, but that is sometimes a courtesy that's extended.
Right.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And that is a courtesy that's sometimes extended in situations where, let's say, someone is not a flight risk, right?
It's in all sorts of situations you can have self-surrender extended to. I wouldn't limit it to.
Okay. So I was just literally going to say that one of the situations where there might have been this sort of agreement, again, it's not a guarantee, but there might be like an agreement self-surrender where that might change as Sarah Dugan is getting out with this line of questioning, is when all of a sudden, for example, someone becomes a flight risk, right? So again, if you've got a client and you've made arrangements for them to self-surrender and they're going to self-surrender in a week, let's just say, but then in the interim, before that date where they're going to self-surrender, they commit another crime or they express that they are going to flee or whatever the case may be. Now everything's changed, right? Now we're not going to self-surrender, right? And that makes sense. And I do actually appreciate, again, I do appreciate the advocacy here in that she's dancing around answering this question, because that's her defense attorney like mindset, even though she doesn't represent Donna anymore. And even though Donna waived attorney-client privilege for this particular testimony, it's like she still doesn't want to basically directly answer the question. Again, normally that's really annoying, but in a situation where there's advocacy, I can't fault her for that.
Sometimes extended in situations where, let's say, someone is not a flight risk, right?
I mean, basically the question is getting at if there's an arrangement or whatever, and then somebody becomes a flight risk after that arrangement's made and before the date of self-surrender or whatever, and they become a flight risk, then does that courtesy go away? And the answer is obviously yes, but she's not answering it directly. Again, I can't blame her for that.
In all sorts of situations, you can have self-surrender extended to, I wouldn't limit it to only people that are not a flight risk.
Okay, would that be one situation?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and you were told that by Georgia, by Ms. Cappelman, that you wanted to know whether she had a warrant she could turn herself in. That was some amount of years ago.
It was definitely before Charlie Adelson was convicted. It was on a phone call that I had.
Oh, shit. It was before Charlie was convicted. So you have two circumstances that change. It's not just Donna talks about fleeing the country that changes the situation. This was a discussion before Charlie was convicted. I would imagine that Charlie being convicted already was enough to probably change the terms of this to whatever extent they existed. Wow. But amazing how the defense tried to hide this, right? And I mean, I can't really blame them for that, but they tried to make this seem, like it was a last minute change, like right before. Listen, guys, this is wild.
Told that by Georgia, by Ms. Cappelman, that you wanted to know whether she had a warrant she could turn herself in. That was some amount of years ago.
It was definitely before Charlie Adelson was convicted. It was on a phone call that I had. I offered it, and as I stated, Georgia Cappelman did not guarantee that.
Okay, but that was before Charlie's trial or verdict.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
After the verdict, or I guess during the trial or after the verdict, did you disclose to anyone in the state attorney's office that Ms. Adelson was suicidal?
Of course I didn't. Okay. No, I had an attorney-client privilege relationship with her, and I didn't think that would have been appropriate.
Sure. And why was she suicidal?
Because her son had just been convicted, and she was worried he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
Was she also worried about getting convicted herself?
I don't believe that was even crossed her mind. She was only worried about her son.
Okay. Are you aware of a text message where she said that she was afraid she was next, but don't worry, she would take care of that?
I'm not. I'm sorry. Was that a text message to me?
She didn't even know about that. Wild. You can see this was just, she had no idea. That's genuine. The text message where Donna says that she knows she's next, but she's going to take care of that. I mean, again, that just shows like that's consciousness of guilt. That's planning. That was that text message to Wendi, right? Right after as soon as that verdict came in for Charlie and Charlie was convicted, Donna sent those number of texts to Wendi. And there was that one in there that was like, I know that I'm next, but don't worry, I'm going to take care of it. I mean, and a week later, she's trying to board a plane to Vietnam on a one-way ticket. But this defense attorney didn't know about that text message. And of course she didn't. But that changes things, right?
Next, but don't worry, she would take care of that.
I'm not. I'm sorry. Was that a text message to me or?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay.
Sucks.
At the time of, were you present when Dan Rashbaum told her that she may make it to the airport in time, or she may get to the airport and not be able to make it out?
Mr. Rashbaum and I don't believe that was a telephone call. I don't believe that was in person. And I was on a call, and I myself also told Mrs. Adelson that that we did not know whether there was, that we understood there was no warrant, but that didn't mean she couldn't get arrested at the airport.
Okay. When you suggested, I guess, was the suggestion that you said that she take a vacation?
I don't believe I suggested it. I believe that that's something that was being discussed between Mrs. Adelson and her husband as something that would help her with her mental state.
Okay. So that's something they suggested, but not you.
Correct. I did not suggest.
Another great point. This cross exam is so good. This was another one of the highlights for this trial for me. And it's really funny because this is not like the most important witness. And there's only a couple questions on direct, couple questions on cross. But here's the thing. Sarah Dugan, with every single question she asks, each question she makes it count. This is brilliant. This cross exam is brilliant. So she's gotten out all these good points one after another. And here it's that because, again, Donna had been trying to, or her attorneys had been trying to sort of suggest during the state's case in chief on cross exam, and then also during their case in chief, that like Donna's attorneys had suggested she take a vacation for a mental state. And they're just tearing that right down, that the attorneys did not suggest she take a vacation. They didn't say that. It was their idea. It was Donna and Harvey's idea. So official has some great questions that I would love to answer. And it was so funny because I was literally just thinking about that this would be a really good talking point to address. So let's talk about this. So official says, wait, but if that's a life-threatening emergency, that voids it, right? or is that only mandatory reporters? So here's how it goes with attorney-client privilege. And I can speak to this because we actually had a client in a situation like this recently, and I witnessed this entire thing and was a part of the discussions. And of course, I'm not going to give anything away about the client or whatever, but just I understand this process. So, so as far as, again, like the ABA model rules of professional conduct, like the bar rules that the attorneys have to abide by, right? Just like how if they know that a client of theirs has intent to flee to avoid criminal charges, they cannot aid in that. And they actually, if they know their client is going to flee for that purpose, they have to report that to law enforcement. They have to, or they're basically aiding and abetting to, again, you're going to lose your bar license if you do that. But I think also they could be held criminally liable as well if they don't report it. It's a different standard, right, than just a regular person assisting. It's like if you just have that knowledge as an attorney, you don't report that to law enforcement, you're done. So that's one layer, right? The other thing that you have to report, again, where this is an exception to attorney-client privilege, another exception is if you have knowledge and a good faith basis, a good reason to believe that your client has the intent to commit another crime to hurt somebody else. So if they are talking about planning another crime and whatever, if they're going to be a danger to somebody else, you have a duty to report that. Now, here's the difference from what you normally get with a mandatory reporter. And this is the difference between a normal mandatory reporter and attorney because of attorney-client privilege. If you have a client who has self-harm, suicidal thoughts, you do not have a duty to report that. That is still considered attorney-client privilege. Now, welcome on in, Kids Mitts. What I will say is that we did have a situation here recently that was really interesting because there was a client that was doing that, was expressing suicidal thoughts, and had made plans to sort of carry that out. And this was because this particular client, it was right before they were about to take a plea deal, which was in the best interest of this client. I'll just tell you that much. And they were about to be incarcerated and probably never leave. That was going to be it. They were going to more than likely end up dying in prison. And they had a couple days left before this plea deal. Okay. And they were out on bail. But then they were going to surrender, right? They were going to come to make it to this hearing, and they have the plea agreement, and then they would be basically at that point taken into custody, and that would be it, and they would never leave custody. And this client knew that. So this client had been struggling with some mental health issues anyway, but right before this was all going to take place, their physical health really took a turn, and then also their mental health, and they were expressing these suicidal thoughts to one of the defense attorneys who I work for, and this attorney actually came to me because it was like a huge moral and ethical and legal. There were a lot of factors to consider here. And it was basically like going through there was a lot to consider. He has a number of friends that are judges. He consulted them. He consulted a lot of different people, but he also consulted me and like, what do you think I should do? And there were some reasons why in this particular case, and I'm not going to get into the reasons, but there were reasons why in this particular case, reporting the suicidal thoughts actually was not going to violate any of the the ABA model rules. And again, this was basically this attorney took as much time as he possibly could, also while knowing the clock was ticking with this client, right? Oh my God, it was so stressful. I mean, it's just, and these clients, this particular client, like I knew this client had come into the office a number of times. It's just, it's really hard. And, but anyway, but there were particular circumstances in that case where, because of those, this was actually not going to violate any of the model rules. Now, in this situation, had he not said anything about the client's suicidal thoughts, it also would not have violated the model rules. In other words, if you've got a client like that, your concern in terms of violating your ethical duties as an attorney, the concern is to report that, because you can't get in trouble for not reporting the suicidal thoughts. Only again if it's going to be harm to other people or committing another crime. But in this particular case with this client, like I was saying, in this case, it would not violate it to say something about it to the judge on his case. And so that was what was decided. And anyway, I won't go into whatever all happened after that, but that was a really, really, really big deal because it's normally not something you can get into. So I appreciate that question, official. So, and it's not even contingent upon if there's an actual like legit plan. But however, if somebody is speaking of plans, like for example, in this particular case, this client was making arrangements, right? Like had plans in place that we had knowledge of, and would give even a further indication that this is legitimate. But it's not like the ethical line in terms of reporting it or not is contingent upon there being a plan in place. Like again, under normal circumstances, even if they have a legit plan and you know they're going to do, normally you can't speak up about that because it would be attorney-client privilege. But again, in this particular case with us, there was a number of other factors where there were reasons why this was an exception. But again, it was a big deal to make that decision to report that. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, so intentions to harm others or danger to them just now, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, so if you're going again, if you've got a client who's going to flee to avoid criminal charges or charges they already have, like you know, and you have knowledge of that, you have to report that. Just like if you have knowledge that they're going to harm somebody else or commit another crime, same thing. You have to. Those are exceptions to where you can. It's not just you can. You are required to reach attorney-client privilege. And I'm trying to remember if there's any other exception, but I think those might be the only two. Let me just look real quick. I can look that up as we listen to the rest of her testimony, actually, and just make sure there's not another exception, but I don't think there is. So yeah, they take a vacation.
Okay. Did you know at the time that the vacation that they were suggesting, they were considering Vietnam, China, or Korea?
I did not know the location of where they were going.
Okay.
And it was never discussed with me.
So at that time, you didn't have knowledge that they were specifically looking for non-extradition countries?
I did not know one way or another where they would vacation to.
If Donna Adelson was overheard by law enforcement debating between either committing suicide or fleeing to a non-extradition country, do you think that would change law enforcement's stance that she could turn herself in?
Objection, Markel, speculation.
Overall, the witness has opined on this matter.
I'm not law enforcement, so I'm not sure. And I've never been in law enforcement, so I'm not sure.
I can rephrase it. Would you expect that to change the stance?
If I was law enforcement and I heard a target of investigation discussing a flight.
As her attorney,
okay,
would you expect if she's overheard debating either committing suicide or fleeing to a non-extradition country that she wouldn't be expected to be able to just turn herself in on a warrant again after that?
I don't know. I think it would take, to be honest with you, I'm a criminal defense attorney, so it would be case by case. Probably that would make the bond hearing a little bit more difficult if those conversations were overheard. But every prosecution is different, and maybe the prosecutor would agree. I don't know.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, so I found it here. I'll just read this to you guys. So a lawyer who represents a client. Oh, this is referring to if you know they're going to take the stand and lie. Yeah. Let me just see here. Like if you'd have a client that is going to take the stand, you have knowledge that they're going to lie. You cannot condone that. It's whenever you guys, if you ever have seen, there's a handful of trials that in recent memory where, for example, Robert Tellis, where it's the defendant's case in chief and the defendant takes a stand and literally they just testify in narrative form where the attorney does not ask them questions. There's no questions. It's just the defendant just talks and just tells their story. If ever you see that, you can pretty much well bet that the reason that's happening is because the attorney knows that they're going to be testifying to things that are false and the attorney cannot elicit false testimony from their client. But let me see if I can find exactly what I'm looking for here. Let me just see here. Client-lawyer relationship. That's what I need here. Confidentiality. Alrighty. So a lawyer shall not reveal information relating to the representation of a client unless the client gives informed consent. The disclosure is impliedly authorized in order to carry out the representation, or disclosure is permitted by paragraph B. So here, okay, so here we go. Here's paragraph B. So these are the exceptions. A lawyer may reveal information relating to the representation of a client to the extent the lawyer reasonably believes necessary. 1, to prevent reasonably certain death or substantial bodily harm. And that means not to themselves, but to other people. 2, to prevent the client from committing a crime or fraud that is reasonably certain to result in substantial injury to the financial interest or property of another. So you've got like death and bodily harm, but then also like financial harm or fraud or any other crime that doesn't involve violence, basically that also. If you know they're going to commit another crime that could harm somebody financially, for example, you still have to report that. And then to prevent, mitigate, or rectify substantial injury to the financial interest of property. So again, that's going along with the financial stuff. To comply, and then to comply with another law or court order. So again, if you know that they're not going to comply with another law or court order, so they're going to break the law again or not comply with the court order. So that would include like fleeing. When you know that there's impending criminal charges. Yep. We'll see if there's any other elaboration on that. There's probably others that are more specific, but basically that's it. So yeah, so there's not any other exceptions to attorney-client privilege that I had. That was it. That was the two buckets, if you will, the two categories is like if they're going to commit more crime, hurt somebody, right, or flee. So, or yeah, again, so those are the two categories of where you would have an exception there. And that's really funny. The next rule deals with conflicts of interest. So speaking of Dan Rashbaum, right? Okay, cool.
Specifically though about self-surrender, would you expect that to change law enforcement stance as to self-surrender, not as to a bond?
Again, I think that that's specific to each case, and I don't know exactly what was overheard, so I apologize, but I don't really have a concrete answer for you, other than what I said before, that it would come up at a bond hearing.
Thank you.
Radioactive examination.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay,
Descalzo.
so we don't need that. We're going to move right along. I think there's probably just like one question. So we're going to, okay, this is the victim advocate. I don't think, I don't recall there being anything really interesting about her testimony. To me, the thing that is interesting is this is the victim advocate who was in the room for Wendi Adelson's interrogation. If you guys or interview, whatever, if you guys remember the victim advocate and the whole thing, I have that skirt and Wendy's like trying to be her best friend and whatnot. And also it was really funny because we had a lot of debate about, was she really a victim advocate or was she really law enforcement? Because it was kind of interesting. Like, are they just trying to trick Wendi? Anyways, she's actually a victim advocate. And here she is all these years later, 11 years later, testifying in Donna's trial. Bringing the jury in. Okay, here we go.
Stretch their legs or use the restroom, please do it now.
Oh, they're taking another break? Oh my God. I wonder if they're going to do another colloquy with Donna. Maybe.
And that includes the witness telling Ms. Adelson she did an awesome job on the call after the call disconnect. So I would object to.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Adelson.
so this is not another break for the colloquy, although there will be more of those. This is to talk about what they're going to be able to get into with her testimony because of the phone call where Wendi, during her interview, calls her parents or her mom specifically. I'm sure you guys remember. Okay. This is outside the presence of the jury.
Adelson saying this is the worst day of my life before the call connects, and then it includes the witness telling Ms. Adelson she did an awesome job on the call after the call disconnect. So I would object to those two comments. I'm fine. I understand they don't intend to publish it right now, so subject to those objections, no objection to the exhibit once those things are removed.
Yes, officials asking if this is recent. Yes, this verdict just came out, last week before? And we've just been making our way through the trial. So yeah, this is, let me just see here. This is, yeah, like a week and a half ago or so that this verdict came out. So yeah, recent, I would say.
As I indicated to Ms. Dugan when Ms. Cappelman was watching it, I gotta remember how I
James, what's
snipped it,
going on?
but I don't have a problem removing the comment before and the
Yeah,
comment
right.
after before it's published for the jury.
So that defense 71 will be admitted. The proper redactions will need to be made. You can bring back any jurors.
Okay, bring the jury. Okay.
Did you know Donna Adelson?
No,
Have you ever met her?
no,
So you don't know what her normal demeanor is like?
correct. I don't.
Okay. But Wendi Adelson, her daughter, presumably does know.
Correct.
Do you remember Wendi Adelson making the comment after that phone call that she handled that well?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay. That's
Haha, she did. Dude, after we finish this trial, we're gonna watch Wendy's interview again because we have to. She handled that well. And then Wendi, they're not gonna be able to get into this, but Wendi also expressed relief, like, oh, I guess that means they didn't do it. Like she literally says she handled that well, and then she's like, oh wow, like I feel better. I guess it means that they didn't do it or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. That's pretty much the gist of it, which is wild.
exactly what was asked to be removed from the court.
This is done. That's the hearsay. Sustained.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we don't even, I mean, Wendi, we're going to talk more about Wendi and how I think that we learned so much in this trial that just indicates that Wendi had this whole thing fucking masterminded from the get-go. But anyway, okay, so let's just see here.
It's time.
Outside the presence of the jury again. Okay, so this is the big moment. This is the big colloquy moment with Donna. And this is where, again, like I said, something I've never seen before in a trial is about to happen here. This is crazy.
On the court that co-counsel and my client are deep in conversation. I'm sorry.
I am capable of seeing.
They're deep in conversation. The procrastinating is next level with these attorneys for her.
It's time for the decision to be made.
So there's no other witnesses for the defense. It's time for the decision to be made. Okay. They're deep in conversation.
I can tell the court that co-counsel and my client are deep in conversation. I'm sorry.
I am capable of seeing that. So no narration is needed.
Yeah, no narration. Oh my God. Again, why? Tell me why. I mean, again, you've only had years to think about this, and you've only been indicating for all of those years up until now that you're going to take a stand, but whatever. Like, let's just make sure that oh, we're just going to talk about it now. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's so melodramatic.
Mrs. Cappelman, once the defense rests, is the state intending to face or put on any rebuttal case?
I'll be back.
I think not. If they rest without calling in for the witnesses, that could change it. As it says in this one.
Very well. At this point, I do need a decision. Mrs. Adelson, please rise.
Go. Please rise, Donna.
You've been placed under oath earlier this afternoon. Mrs. Adelson, I will advise you concerning your rights. Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent, and the jury will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in determining the merits of this case? Do you understand this?
I do understand.
Do you also understand that you have the right to testify?
Okay, again, this is a first for me. I literally could not believe what is about to happen here.
As a witness in your case in chief on your own behalf.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
You understand if you do choose to take the witness stand, you will be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors.
Yes, I'm aware of this.
You understand that your credibility will be placed before the jury like any other witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Have you been able to discuss with your attorneys the two rights that the court has placed before you?
Yes, we discussed the rights.
Concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify, have you made a decision concerning this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision.
Unreal. I'm not prepared to make that decision. I've never, ever. Does she think that she can just say, yeah, I can't make that decision, and they're just going to put the trial on pause and it's never going to finish? I mean, is this just her way of trying to be like, I can't make the decision, so we're just going to pause it here until she passes away in the courtroom and never have to, because it's like trying to figure out a way to where the trial never finishes and there's never a verdict, so she's not convicted. I couldn't believe, I still can't believe, I still cannot believe this. This is crazy. Again, all indications were that she had made this decision. She already had testified and was all excited about it during that hearing, and that was all crazy. And it was like, what? I mean, I have to wonder if this is less about her deciding thinking, oh, I don't want to testify, and more of a stall tactic, thinking it's like in denial, right? Like she's in a state of denial. This is just my personal interpretation, a state of denial where it's like, if I just say I can't make this decision, he can't force me. And then this is it. And this is where I stand for the rest of my life, right? Like that's what this is like to me. Like, this is crazy. You can't just not make the decision and then that's it. So then trial never finishes. I can't.
Those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify. Have you made a decision concerning this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision. This decision affects the rest of my life.
Mrs. Adelson, you're in the same position as every other criminal defendant who faces trial. Ultimately, you must decide whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. But ultimately, you must choose whether you will testify or not.
Yeah.
I don't have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak to my attorney.
This is already.
I mean, the thing is they've already, like, it would be one thing if they hadn't already asked for this time. Remember, like, at the end of the previous week, they adjourned court like 3 hours early for this purpose because she said she needed time to talk to her attorneys about testifying. Then there was a 3-day weekend, okay? And then throughout the course of this day so far, as we've already watched, they've taken numerous breaks. They've gone through all these different colloquies. And he says, okay, you have to make a decision. They ask for 5 minutes. Then they come back. Okay, now we want a sidebar. Still not ready. I mean, it's like, it's literally, it would never end. Like there's no end in sight. And he's given them every extension. And I feel very confident that while, again, I think this will be their strongest issue. Again, that's not a high bar, or rather it's a low bar. Their strongest issue on appeal that I believe her attorneys will make for her during her appeal. I still feel confident that he could have given her a day. He could have given her a year. He could have given her 5 minutes. He could have given her however much time. And no matter what, she would have said, I can't make that decision unless she was forced to. Like, I'd like at this point, like nothing's going to change. Again, the only concern potentially on appeal, and again, it's a low bar here, is that the fact that he does sort of, make her make a decision, if you will, that could be a concern on appeal. But again, I feel like had he said, okay, we'll take until tomorrow, like it would have been the same thing. And there would have been no end. Like that's just how I am seeing this go. And again, a lot of that has to do too with witnessing the entire pretrial litigation and all of we went through all the filings, watched all the hearings and seeing how all that went. This is not a situation where you've got somebody who is unprepared to make this decision. That is for certain. So
Discuss that. What is your choice?
Judge, since I was handling prior witnesses while Ms. Fulford
and then he's buying her yet more time. This is wild.
was speaking with Ms. Adelson, can I have a few minutes, please?
What exactly are we going to accomplish?
Right. I mean, it's unreal. But again, her attorneys are advocating for her, and I can't fault them for that. They're advocating for her.
We have not been able to since the trial started, pre-trial, the long recess yesterday, or even the lunch break today.
That's what I'm trying to determine, Your Honor.
Oh my God. You're never going to determine
I
it.
will give you exactly 5 additional minutes from there. Mrs. Adelson.
I forgot he gives them 5. He gives them 5 more minutes. I forgot he does that again. It's like, how is this going to change anything? His question is exactly the thing. It's not. I forgot he gives him another 5 minutes.
Has to make a decision whether she will testify or whether she will.
So again, if you're looking at this again for the record on appeal, even just this day, they have all this extra time, but in terms of where he's like, okay, what's your decision? Already, this is the 3rd or 4th time that it's been like time for your decision, and he's like they ask 1 more minute, 5 more minutes, 2 more minutes, and he's conceded and given it to them. So when you count that and you look at it back to back, and that it's not changing anything for her, I mean, again, I don't think it's actually going to make it. It's not going to overturn this verdict, but I still think it's their strongest issue on appeal. But again, they don't have a whole lot else, so you got to find something, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
If anyone in the gallery needs to use the restroom or stretch your
So 5 more minutes. Mother of God. All right. Twiz, you gonna come on? Long time no Twiz reads. Although there's not reading, but Twiz presence, Twiz commentary, Twiz bits. We haven't been able to do our Twiz bits because you haven't been on. Oh my God.
Some the extra time that you have been provided. That
Okay.
has come to a conclusion.
That was the last one, and I mean it. It's like with kids, right? It's okay. Like it was like little kids wanting, it's bedtime, right? 10 more minutes, okay, fine. 5 more minutes, fine. 1 more minute, right? And it's like, but the thing is, when you're a parent, right, and you're like, okay, 5 more minutes, but I mean it. This is the last time, and then it's like they get 5 minutes, and it's like 1 more minute. It's like, okay, fine, but I mean it this time. He's done that. You can only do it so many times before it's like the kid would be asking for 1 more second, and it's like let's just, let's come on now. And that's where we're at here, right? That's where we're at here. They've exhausted the 5 more minutes mom thing, in my opinion.
We are not finished with the colloquy quite yet. I am not talking for the sake of talking. Before we have to move into any contempt,
Oh, shit.
we do need to move on.
Yeah.
Mrs. Adelson, the question remains, as it relates to your right to remain silent and your right to testify, what is your decision concerning these two rights?
This time I don't want to testify.
I was shocked. I thought she was going to testify. I was shocked.
As I previously stated, the jurors will be instructed that your silence cannot.
And there we go. So she's made her decision. Another break. And then they basically, that's it. Then they have the charging conference. So with that, guys, we're on to day 9 and closing arguments. But first, I have something fun for you guys before we do closing arguments. Let me pull my banner down. Little fun thing here real quick. So, okay. Like an intermission before we get into day 9 for the closing arguments. All right. So here's the thing. You guys know that I only, I'm not like watching stuff on YouTube except for the specific channels. And like most of the time I'm listening while driving or in the background at work, whatever. And I never just click on random videos. Like, how most people scroll through and or I guess that's what most people do, scroll through and and YouTube suggest stuff. I ignore all of YouTube suggestions and I just I just don't ever look at that. I just go straight to my subscriptions or whatever. However, this happened earlier tonight and this is really funny. I don't know how it happened, but there was an image from this video that we're about to watch real quick here that caught my eye visually, and you guys will see why here in a second. And I didn't even know what it was. And y'all know, I'm not a fashionista. I'm not a fashion connoisseur. I know nothing about the world of fashion. But for whatever reason, this image that we're about to see here soon caught my eye. And I was like, what is this? And I clicked on it. I have no idea why YouTube had, I guess, suggested this or whatever, right? I have absolutely no idea. That's part of what makes this really interesting. And it's what was YouTube thinking? I don't know who this person is, but this is recently from a fashion show or whatever. But this is pretty crazy. And I'm really curious what you guys think about it because these costumes or whatever are wild. And especially when it comes to thinking about murders. And you guys will see why here in a second. So we're not going to watch it per se, but we're going to just go to the different outfits. And I'm just going to have it on mute because the music here is literally not important. Sometimes I think maybe they could make the music important. Here it's just background, there's nothing that happens. And I don't want to get copyright thingies or whatever, copyright strikes, as y'all know can happen with music. And this music is just not important at all and not worth it at all. So, okay. So this is what I just saw earlier. And I was like, what the heck? Wait till you see this first outfit. Because we're just gonna, are you guys ready? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Okay. Here she comes. Y'all. I mean, what? But wait, it gets better / worse. So it's kind of a dress, right? Kind of a dress. But then as she goes along, here she comes. She's definitely killed somebody, I would say, or was killed. Not quite sure. But here comes the part that was oh my God, what is happening? Wait for her to turn around. Wait till you see. So for anyone who doesn't know, the part that's dragging behind her, that's called a train. When you have a dress, the train. Wait till you see the train when she turns around. Because here's my shoulder. Sorry. I mean, was she eating? Like, is this cannibalism? I mean, here we go. Here we go. Y'all, I just about died. Does that not look like a comforter? And how? I just wish, I want to know what was going through this designer's mind, because this to me is like 60% of every murder case, right? Where somebody's murdered and wrapped up in a blanket. This is a comforter. This is not even like, this is a comforter. This is a white comforter covered in blood. Like so many of y'all, do you guys see why I was like, we have to watch this? Like, this is insanity. And the rest of these are great too, but like what? Right. Thank you, Twiz. Is that BK leaving 1122? Right? But it's all fluffy. It's like a down comforter, like the fancy kind at a nice hotel. It's got that sheen to it. Like, oh my God. Okay, but these are all very interesting. Oh, how many arms does this person have? Okay, so we got this outfit. These are all very interesting. We started out with like the cannibal / murder. Now this is wild. Like what a striking sight to behold here. I mean, not that anyone would ever wear this shit, but like, wow, though. Bold, right? I mean, I appreciate from an art, like this one, like I can appreciate the lines, if you will, you know, like from a geometric standpoint or like something like that, like architecture type of thing. Like, wow, very bold. Very bold. Okay, so we're going to go into the next person. Oh, this one's not as interesting. That one's honestly more normal, I feel like, to be honest. Yeah, that's more normal. Although it looks like her hand is on fire. That's something. Look at this, though. This, like, to me, I'm like, from an artistic perspective, I'm like, dude, yes. This is sick. What a choice. Y'all. That one I think is so cool. I mean, obviously not going to wear it, but like, wow. Right? That is something else. And it's channeling a little bit of Cruella de Vil. So, you know, there's that. What's so cool though is about I guess they have a mask on, but it really just looks like their head is floating, which is, it's a striking artistic thing. That looks like a pimped out cow or a Dalmatian. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely got the, it's bejeweled. It's bedazzled. It's bedazzled. Y'all are so funny. Now this next one is a little bit more boring again. I mean, really, this is just like a bathing suit with like a shower curtain, like whatever. Come on now. Compared to what we've seen already, but don't worry, there's more. That's craziness. This next one. Okay, here's what's crazy about this one. If I was this person that's about to walk up here, I don't know how the bottom part doesn't fall off. That would drive me crazy. It's like having low-rise pants, but they're too big for you, and they're just going to fall off. Watch this. Like that thing looks like it should fall off, and it honestly, it just drives me crazy. Like I just get this feeling like my pants are falling off just watching it. Yeah. Like pull your pants up. Anyways, that's just my own thing. That's my own problems with having clothes that are too big for me, that I'm like, that's the natural feeling that I have there. Look at this. It looks like it's gonna fall off. Oh my God. How is she not pulling that up? Like I would have to be pulling that up. Yeah, need some Z's. I agree. I actually tried to look into it. She says, I don't understand the story / connection between the outfit. Seems disconnect to me. I totally agree. I thought the same thing. I was like trying to figure out the story, because when you see the first outfit, it's like, okay, we're talking a murder scene here. Like there's no question. This is like a murder, cannibal. And like, I totally agree with you, because a really good one of these, I feel like is going to have a connection. And I'm just like thinking, well, is it just way over my head? Probably, totally likely, totally possible. But I couldn't figure out the connection either. So I'm with you on that. And I actually did look into it. I looked up this dude and tried to see if on his website it would have like, his like artist's statement or whatever, like they might give a statement about what to explain this type of thing. But there was no explanation that I could find. maybe he could have made it make sense, but I couldn't find it. Now this next one, that's pretty cool in terms of the colors. I mean, it looks a little bit dangerous having that many spikes around your neck, but I really appreciate the silhouette and like the colors. It's pretty cool. Pretty unique. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, you can't see anything with that on, but you know, whatever. That one is just so run of the mill, honestly. Like that blue dress is just an evening gown that you could get like at any department store. So like whatever. Okay. The glasses are weird. Okay. On to the next one, which is kind of like, I feel like this was like maybe the initial version when he was like not quite sure if he could go as far as like the bloody handprints. Like this seems like that could have been the first iteration before he was like, nah, fuck it, I'm going all out, right? Like this is like the milder and less interesting version of the first dress, I think. Okay. All this makes me think of is mold, like fungal spores growing in a petri dish. That's just me though. Again, this, honestly, nothing, that's just not, I don't see anything novel about that one, although looks uncomfortable, but you know, okay. This one is like, some sort of bird situation, I feel like. Like, hi, I'm a bird. Like, okay. You know, I mean, we've seen that before. Come on. And now we have another bird. Like, I think he put the least interesting ones in the middle here. The designer did. I mean, now if you take away the hat, the dress itself is pretty cool. Like that's something that I would maybe wear. Like, I mean, I don't know where I would wear it, but like, you know, I love the color and like, anyways, like it's something that I would, for an evening dress with long sleeves, right? For like a recital or something, you know, like, yeah, like I, you know, maybe with a lower cut neckline there and minus the hat. Okay. Looks warm. I'd have to roll the sleeves up though to play violin. Again, we've got more bird. I mean, this is again not all that unique, whatever. Now this one's interesting. I think she's really struggling here. She's really struggling to walk in this apparatus. Look at that. Like that's really awkward and weird. I don't know that that is supposed to have that type of movement. All the other walks have been very smooth. This just seems like they're actually really struggling. Anyways, who knows? It also reminds me of from the Nutcracker, the part where they oh, what's it called? Bum 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 bum. Why am I forgetting the name of it? Where they all go under the skirt of the grandmother thing. Reminds me of that a little bit. Like you could definitely fit a number of children under that skirt, is what I'm saying. This, like, really, this baffled me because we went from all of these bold colors to just like taupe. I don't, of all the things I don't understand in this particular fashion show or whatever. This wins for baffling me. Like, what? And I thought, well, initially I thought, well, maybe it's going to be a transition. Maybe this is a transition into something new, but no, it's just bland and taupe. And it gets more interesting from here. I don't really know. This one, again, that's just like really, come on, like department store dress with like some sort of weird thing. Now, actually, having said that, from the behind, that dress is pretty cool. I love a good corset. That's pretty cool from behind, I would say. Okay, now this part's interesting. Watch this part. So here, guys. So which arms do you think are hers and which arms do you think are not hers? Because we got 4 arms. Which arms do you think are, because this surprised me. I wonder what you guys think. Right? Okay. Are the top arms, like, let's just say like the arms holding the flower, do you think those are her real arms or do you think the other arms are the real arms? Because it's pretty surprising. Yeah, the back of that dress was sick. Yeah, totally. I would totally wear something like that if the front looked as cool as the back. Interesting. Y'all are so much smarter. Okay, let's just see. I definitely thought it was the top arms. So I was shocked when that happened. Personally, I was like, what? But I didn't know that there was something to be shocked about, so I wasn't looking for it. But yeah. This one, okay, this dress. I would totally wear this dress if the lacy part was not pink. I would totally wear this dress is right up my alley. I would totally wear this dress if the lacy part was like red or black or white or really anything other than pink. But this dress is sick. I love it. I mean, of course, I wouldn't do the extra arms and the hat, but like the dress, like that is sick. Oh my God. But like the pink lace just ruins it though. Really, you should have like the red lace or black lace or white lace. Is her head a brain? Beats me. Wait till you guys see the last dress though. That is honestly, when you go for like the most shocking, if that's what the goal is, the first dress and the last dress are the winners here, I think. This one is more boring. But coming up, though, we do have an Elizabethan silhouette. I think it might be next. I love it. I love, you know, the Renaissance Elizabethan, my favorite type of thing. Might be next. Oh, no. This is epic. I think this actually was like the still thumbnail that caught my attention. I was like, what the heck is that? I was like, is that a mosquito net? I didn't know what it was. That's why I clicked on it. And then I was in for this surprise. But this, I will just say, walking with a like, so this is like a cathedral veil, right? When you see how long this the train of this veil is, walking with this in and of itself is a feat. I mean, I can just tell you guys, this is so much harder than it looks, and this is so impressive that they pulled this off. When you see how long this veil is, it's wild. That takes a whole crew to get that lined up just perfectly before she walks out. Wow. I mean, that is just a stunning like image though, isn't it? So you'll see her when she turns around here. And then you can really catch how long that veil is. It's wild. Gosh. And also, I will say, it's a lot heavier than it looks because even though it's like tulle, look at all these rhinestones. This veil weighs a lot. I will just tell you that this is heavy and all that weight is pulling on the end there. Oh my God. No. Okay. Yeah, that's real. It's really heavy. It's probably why she needs all those extra arms to hold it up. Now this one, okay, this is a dude. Now I have to just say this dress is like Elizabethan style. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't look the same without boobs. It just doesn't. It really wants boobs. I have no problem with guys wearing dresses. I fully support it. But when you've got a corset like this and an Elizabethan style dress, you really need boobs to get the full effect. But I love it. I would totally wear this dress. Totally wear this dress. I would totally wear. And y'all have seen the picture of the red dress, right? Like that's like a mod. Like that's like trying to channel the modern version of like an Elizabethan gown. Like this is sick. I would totally wear this. I love the black. Like if I ever was getting married, I would probably wear something like this. Like I would wear like an Elizabethan gown. It would be black or red, not white. Like that is so cool. Look at that. Awesome, Law. Cool. I mean, to be honest, for me though, part of it is because I just want to wear something like that, and I just, you know, and I have a lot of Renaissance garb, as it were. But oh, it's pants in the back. Oh, sure. But nothing quite that extravagant. Oh yeah, it's weighted. Yeah, all those jewels or whatever they're called are weighted down. It's very heavy. Okay, this is the last dress. Might look like, oh, whatever. Wait till she wait, just wait. This is the final one. Wait till you see this. This is crazy. Y'all. And this is where I was like, what the actual fuck? I would love to interview this designer and find out what their vision was. Remember, we started, and we're going to go back and take one last look at the first dress. And we're going to do the first dress and last dress because this is, your hands don't matter. We want to see the baby on top of your head or whatever. Goblin. let's just remind ourselves where we started with, what we started with here. We started with Miss Shoulder here. For anyone who didn't see it, this was the first dress. And we get a close-up of her face. She's definitely a cannibal. She's definitely been eating people. And then as she walks around, that's where we see the comforter, right? So this literally is just like, I'm like, oh, this is right up our alley, right? Like, again, like 60% of murder cases, right? Somebody's dead and wrapped in a comforter. But then we finish with the baby on the head. I don't know. I guess Kitsmits has giant boobs. Props to you, Kitsmits. Yeah, wow, that's funny. It is interesting because they made it, that's a choice. Made it look, interesting. Wow. Wow, that is some boobage there if you can fill that out, for sure. But the baby, or whatever, I mean, quite. Quite no. I wish we could ask this designer what is happening. And that's it. And thus concludes my video surprise from earlier tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah. I mean, dresses I would wear include the leather one. Not that anybody asked, but just to, like, in terms of like the things that were cool, that were normal, right? To me anyway, there was the leather one with the pink, and I was like, the pink around it. It's me making fun of myself. Yeah, this one. I think, yeah, this one. Let me back it up. Yeah. Yeah, sick. That dress is sick, minus the pink. And then the Elizabethan gown. So yeah, I mean, and it probably doesn't surprise anybody, right? I have all this Renaissance clothing, in my closet, and I also have a number of dresses, not quite like this, but I do have a number of dresses and just clothing and jump pants, dresses, whatever, that are not real leather but fake leather, akin to this. But this is really this is like way cooler than anything that I have. So I guess it makes sense. Anyways, Kat Randall's here and has been a member for 6 months. Love it, love it, love it. So you get a new Squirrel badge next to your name. Oh my God, Kitsmits' petition to have Chelsea narrate / MC fashion shows as a regular. We can totally do it, guys. I will tell you, because I've now clicked on this video twice. You know what YouTube's going to do is recommend more crazy shit like this. We can totally do it. I mean, I thought this was real. This was interesting / fascinating / funny / shocking / all the things, right? Like, this was, I still don't understand what his vision was in terms of, like, Neeson Z's was saying. I don't understand what the story is here, but like, yeah, this was definitely, YouTube somehow did a good job with this one, even though I have no idea how this ever happened. I don't watch anything except for trials. So here we go. Okay. With that was our intermission. And now we're going to move on to day 9. So this will be closing arguments and the verdict and whatnot. So let me just pull this up. We'll do all this. We'll do all the things. We're not going to do the jury instructions because these are pretty standard. And when we've broken those down on a lot of other trials, especially when there's more interesting legal issues at play, if you will. Okay. So. All right, closing arguments. So, all right, let's go.
Morning. Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother.
I love that they started with this picture, but it just makes me so fucking sad.
A colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father
whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendi Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant.
I love that. I think this is her whole theme, the way she starts out here, if I recall, is like all of the things that the defense wants you to believe that just don't make sense. That she starts with this. I thought this was really, really, really strong. And this is one of those things that she could have known exactly what the defense was going to elicit specifically in terms of like how she could not have predicted exactly just how much those two defense attorneys were going to double down, triple down, quadruple down on this divorce wasn't contentious, right? Like no one could have predicted that. And so this must have been all something that she whipped up overnight, you know what I mean? And put it into her plan for closing and to start her closing argument this way by with Dan's picture and being his priority in life was being a father. And then how the defense portrayed all the, the divorce and the custody and everything just being horrible in every way. But also, again, to me, in a lot of ways, it's really kind of offensive. I'm like offended for the jury that the defense would like think that they would believe that it wasn't contentious. Like, again, it just strains credulity. It's not plausible.
And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was.
Yeah, that's right. Great point. Contradicted themselves.
And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged.
Yeah.
He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other.
There's that Spider-Man moment.
Since Dan Markel's death, the defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right. With everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magdanoa testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia.
Yeah.
In Charlie's trial, he said
the visuals with the arrow is just brilliant.
Magdanoa, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case.
Hold on. This picture, hold on. Y'all, extortion in scare quotes. The balls on Georgia here to put y'all. The extortion in scare quotes with the snark. I'm living for this. I'm living for this. I'm living for it.
Each defendant,
sorry, I meant to just move these back up.
Characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius.
Okay, so this is really all recap, honestly, from opening statements, including the visuals. So I don't know that we need to go through all of this because it really is, it's exactly what they went through in opening. So we're going to go ahead a little bit here. let's see here. Yeah, again, the sun shines. A lot of this is just, and this is the point, right? You want to recap everything. You want to put it all together. But the thing is that the opening statements were so brilliant that I don't think the jury forgot the excellent points that were made to where, these maybe had less impact to me. I will just say, like, this had less impact to me only because it was so well done in opening statements, if that makes sense. Not the entire closing argument, but at least the portions that were like literally from the opening. So
and noon that day.
Here we go.
And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendi on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls.
Oh, come on in.
8:20 a.m. Wendi texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was celebrated or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m. Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendi telling her he's headed to.
So that's important, right? Because it's not just we get a lot of deleted texts in these cases, right? But the text was deleted. Remember, there's only a short period of time. It was like 2 hours or something between Dan Markel being murdered and her being at that police station, right? He's murdered. She drives around, visits the crime scene, goes to her dumb lunch, her whole delicious lunch. Hashtag last delicious lunch soon, hopefully. They pick her up at the lunch, bring her in for that interview. And in that short period of time, while she's driving around Trescott, going to the ABC store and having her lunch, in that short period of time, it's like 2 hours, she deletes that text. So that is, to me, is actually really different than just like, oh, it's another deleted text, right? It's like, we see these all the time. The timing of that is crucial, I think. And again, it'll come up, I'm sure, at Wendy's trial.
Jim, and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendi says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot.
So again, all this we know. We saw this in opening statements. The checks, okay. The self-snitching, the bump, okay. Let's see here.
All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Catherine McBanoa. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to McBanoa the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, oh, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitman, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, McBanoa then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman.
Sorry, I love the way that's a genuine laugh. That's her genuinely laughing at what she's about to say here. That's really fun.
Much money, McBanoa then negotiated.
Who is this lady? This is Georgia Cappelman. She's the prosecutor. So this closing arguments, I guess I should put that up there on the closing here.
Negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionists. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put McBanoa on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote this 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement?
That's a good one. Jesus Christ, haunting her from the grave. I mean,
she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel.
Donna
So
may
keeping that all in mind, let's see.
Donna may as well have worn that first dress from the fashion show, right? I mean,
if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted.
Okay.
Starting with his statements to Catherine McDanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McDanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bugged
you know what's so wild is the foreshadowing there. Like that never ceases to amaze me that that Charlie said that way back then on those wiretapped calls. That Charlie says that. It's like he could predict the future. I mean, you know, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport by now. And then what do you have? How many years later would that be? 7. Let me think. That was 2016. So yeah, so 7 years later, what do you have? Charlie convicted and Donna going to the airport. I mean, it's just, you can't make this shit up, man.
Phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist.
Right.
If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something, not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out. Thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. Defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendi was involved.
They totally did that. Yep.
But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted.
I just love
by Catherine
she's
McDanoa.
pointing out all the logical issues with the defense's approach here, right? It's like all the internal contradictions, and it's like I just love it. It's just using straight logic. It's great. Well done.
And so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial. But now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous. It's a story. It's not the truth. The truth
Her face, just y'all.
wasn't out.
Ugh.
Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach.
Oh my fucking God. Really? Okay.
You all can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that.
Wait. What? The right to remain silent?
That the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation
How's that commenting on Donna's right to remain silent? I don't get it.
to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
No.
Come on.
Come on.
Ms. Adelson has made adopted admissions and has suggested other alternatives to theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, I recall of it and my notes as well.
Here's what I think that's about, because that was nonsensical. Here's what I think that's about. I think this is actually, in a way, even though that sounds like that was a really dumb argument, I think that the strategy there for Jackie Fulford actually had to do with the appeal, because like what we were talking about before, you know how you were saying, or well, I guess I was saying, but like how it seems like their strongest, and by strongest I mean really their like only real valid argument on appeal will be about the colloquy and giving her, okay, you need to make a decision to testify or not, right? I think because it was confusing. It was like, wait, what? How is that a comment on her right to testify or not? It's not. But I think that by Jackie, she's putting this on the record for a reason, in hopes that potentially somebody on appeal, like an appellate attorney, will go back through. Because if you don't make that note, right? If you don't make that objection or get it on the record now during the trial, appellate attorneys won't catch it, right? Because appellate attorneys, they don't just go through the entire trial. They only go through and stop where they see objections or sidebars or issues that are noted. So by her doing this, what she's done is now given them a cue, the appellate attorneys, they'll get here, they'll see the sidebar, they'll see her objection, they'll stop, and you know what they'll do? They'll go back through all of her closing argument and look for anything that could be construed as a comment on Donna's right to testify. Whether Jackie saw it or not, they might be able to find something that could be argued in that light, maybe, right? That's their job as appellate attorneys. So I think her point here was not to try to, like, this objection wasn't going to go anywhere, but I think her point was like to get this on the record for appeal, so that the appellate attorneys, maybe in hindsight, could go through and find something. And like, that's what I think. And then tie that to what their strongest appellate issue is, which is her whole thing about testifying. And hopefully that makes sense. But I think that was actually, I mean, Jackie's maybe not the smartest attorney we've ever seen, but I think that was actually a pretty clever strategic move for the future. Although at this point, it just comes across as really inept, to say the least. So, hi, Kane. Welcome on in.
Occurred during the trial.
Happen to a sidebar.
There were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record.
Again, I think she's just giving appellate counsel a little opportunity to go back and see if they can find anything that could be construed as such to tie it in with their strongest and / only appellate argument that I foresee, which is, of course, again, for testifying or colloquy. Okay.
We'll take a break at this time.
And they're going to take a break. So then that sucks for Georgia though, right? To get interrupted like that and then have a break. So she's going to have to come back, and she was in the middle of the whole thing, right?
Objection is overruled. Ms. Cappelman, you may continue with your argument.
I'll recover from that.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem.
Well done. That's not easy. She picked up right where she left off. You know what this is like? This is like if you're a musician and you're performing right in a recital, Kitsmits, I know you can relate. And you like have some sort of like huge ass mistake, not a little one that only you'll know about, like not that kind. You all know the story I told y'all that when I fell over in my heels, right? Because I was wearing heels and then I went back and put my combat boots back on. Wearing the red dress in the picture, right? It's from that recital. So like that, like I fell over, right? Or like, something akin to that, where it's not just like, as musicians, we're like really picky and we're going to hear things that we think are mistakes that no one else is going to notice except for maybe our teacher. But I'm talking about like a calamity, right? A calamity of sorts. And then having to, as we say, recover from that and pick right back up and move right on, because you cannot stay in your mindset cannot dwell on that. You have to be able to be right in the moment. So, and it's a lot easier said than done. And it takes a lot of years of practice. But anyway, this is very much akin to that. Like you have the objection, which one in and of itself could throw and does. We've seen it. It throws people. That's sometimes we see people object for that reason alone, because it throws off the attorney who's on a roll, and they'll object literally for that purpose. We see this all the time. So you have the objection, but then you have a long, they're outside the presence of the jury talking about it, and then you have an extended break. She picks up literally exactly where she was when they left off mid-thought, without missing a beat and without any brilliant. And that's really, 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 really impressive.
Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example.
I just want to show y'all again what I mean by that. And I mean, to that end, I think it's one of the reasons why somebody who has like performance experience as a classical musician, honestly, is in a lot of ways trained to be a trial attorney. Just saying. There's a lot of similarities.
You can see that.
Specific skills.
The objection is
Yeah.
overruled, Ms. Cappelman.
Hold on. Before she continues, I'm going to read Kit Smith's story. She says, I've been there. I had not one, but two recitals where the power went out while I was playing. I just kept playing. Brilliant. Funnily enough, both times I was playing Beethoven's Tempest Sonata. Interesting. That's cool. Well done. Bravo to you for that, Kit Smiths. Also, it's lucky that you're a pianist, right? Because, pianists always have their music memorized. Imagine if you were some other instrumentalist and, if the power went out, you didn't have your sheet music and you were relying on sheet music, that'd be a whole different situation. But that's still epic as fuck, though, especially that it was the same piece both times. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Pianist always, for anyone who doesn't know, Kit Smith will tell y'all, pianists pretty much, you'll never see a good pianist perform with music ever, unless it's a chamber ensemble, like a string quartet, trio, something like that. Or if it's a sonata with like another instrumentalist. But if they're playing solo, which is a lot of what pianists do a lot, they do a lot of, no music. It's a thing. It was really funny. I wonder how that kind of came about. I guess because the page turns, right? And maybe too, it's something that you just sort of do on without even trying to, because if you're practicing, the page turns would be like, you wouldn't even be able to play, right? You'd need another set of hands. Oh, you know who you'd need another set of hands? Like one of those people from the fashion show, right? Bring one of them in. They got an extra set of arms, or bring the last girl in. She had an extra set of arms and another person on her head. So that's like all kinds of people to turn in pages. There you go. See? Full circle.
I continue with your argument.
Full circle. You have a plan.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer.
There's Sarah Dugan coming in clutch to help her with this.
So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover, his look, his words, his behavior. You know,
Oh yeah, y'all remember that part? Is he just the whole thing? Charlie's fixation on a beard and a hat, and he eventually threw another one in there. What was it? Beard, hat, and glasses. That's what it was. Hilarious.
done like that. It's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right?
Like a Mr. Potato Head.
Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it.
You gotta love, George is awesome, by the way, first of all. You know, there's some attorneys who will not curse even when it's in the evidence, like this, right? There's some attorneys who won't do it. Sarah Dugan's one, right? The other prosecutor, she will not say the curse words, she'll reference them or whatever. There's other attorneys who might say them, but you can tell it's not like they want to. Georgia, I mean, y'all know I can appreciate this, and I know many of you guys can too. She has no problem cursing. In fact, it's like she I think in a lot of ways probably appreciates having the opportunity. Like this is an excuse, if you will, an opportunity, an occasion to curse, but like you're not cursing yourself, you're reading the text messages, right? Anyway, like I just love it, and it's badass. It's badass. You can tell she yeah.
Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100,000 and some odd $1,000 over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist. And they've done
layaway plan. The way, y'all watch how she says this and she looks at the jury. It's very subtle, but it's brilliant. She's like, oh my God.
Has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist.
Love it. Brilliant.
And they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more. They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because again, she's going over all these conversations. We listened to those. We're going to go ahead a little bit to the next sort of topic she goes into. I mean, my favorite part is where she's like, here's all the things the defense wants you to believe. Okay. There's the note. Okay.
Powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts. Don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well. And I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, well, you don't know anything anyway. That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine Magbanua admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car.
That's so damning, but I would say, to me, again, as y'all know how I feel about Fievel, It's so damning for Fievel, and that's what I love most.
Make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing.
And I mean,
Why
also,
not?
you got to give her props for including that asshole, just to remind the jury all of the names that Donna had for him. I love it.
Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police. Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendi Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests this for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendi to help with business assistance. And when Wendi doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendi regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendi have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendi due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation.
I love it. And again, Donna's, oh my God, Georgia's, the way she just shakes her head there. It's the common sense bit, right?
I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation.
I mean, she's like, I'm not even going to argue that it's not a vacation, because why would I waste my breath? And also, it's like, just use your common sense. I always appreciate that, right? I hate it whenever you've got attorneys who sometimes do this thing where they like really spell it out as if the jurors are dumb. And it's, I get offended on their behalf. And it's like, she's really trusts the jury. And it was a really smart jury. Anyway, she's just like, yeah, y'all got this, you know.
This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from.
Again, Fievel's at the top of that the Adelson conspiracy pyramid.
Each
Murder
other.
pyramid.
The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal.
Yep.
Somebody could give you up.
Yep.
And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up.
Yeah.
It's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you.
Yep.
And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did.
Yeah.
To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it.
Ooh, that's clever.
Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Oh, you know what it is? The part that was my favorite part, that's actually on her rebuttal. So we'll get to hear that, the part where she talks about all the, right. Okay, of course, because she's responding. Okay, so we're going to get into defense closing. And now I remember. So, again, one of the things about when you're the state and you're in closing arguments is that, sometimes you might have an idea of what the defense is going to say, and you might kind of have your rebuttal argument kind of planned out. Other times you might have what's about to happen here, which is something kind of completely out of fucking left field. And if you're the state, you're on the fly as you're listening to this, thinking about how you're going to use your rebuttal, right? Because you can't, you're going to have to improvise. Again, another overlap with being a musician. But here's the thing. So this defense closing, we're not going to hear all of it. I was shocked. Anyone that's not heard it will also probably be shocked. And even if you have heard it, you might be shocked to hear it again. So I'm going to walk you guys through, like, as I was hearing this, like what I was thinking. And I'm sure I was probably listening at the law firm, but this was shocking in a lot of ways.
The jury room, lunch will be provided for you.
They go to lunch first. Okay, lunch break. And then we have Jackie Fulford for the closing argument. Okay, buckle up, people.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So it's been, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. And my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him.
Okay, right. Okay, now I'm remembering what I thought when I heard this for the first time. I haven't listened to this since I heard it live. I heard it live, and I have not listened to this since. And now I'm having like deja vu and like flashbacks of all the things that I thought as I was listening to this. So here was my first thoughts. This was not planned. This is crazy to me. Okay. What this is, and you can tell she's not even reading off of whatever her outline, or some people have more things written out than others, but you want to at least have some sort of outline, right? This is her being defensive and being reactive, and she's like reacting emotionally because she feels insulted. Like, here, let me back this up. This is not okay. First of all, this is not an eloquent way or a smart way to start an opening statement. But among all the other things, what this does to me, and if I was on the jury, what I would think is this completely gives away just how much Georgia's closing arguments bothered you, because you felt personally insulted, almost like, your ego, or like whatever, like in a really not in a legitimate way, but like in a really, it feels like a really childish way. She starts with, okay, I hope you can stay awake. So we start with that. First of all, does that bode well? They just had a break. Does that bode well? You get here for your opening statement, and you tell the jury, I hope you can stay awake. Are you kidding me? Guys. I mean, having said that, the jury's not going to have any trouble with that, because it won't be long before she uses her volume. But she's not there yet, right? And they're probably thinking, yeah, we're going to fall asleep, because They're used to, we've seen this one particular attorney, Jackie. We've seen her all throughout this trial in one particular fashion. Confused, bumbling, slow, just disorganized, a little bit, making these jokes that aren't landing, a little bit offensive or a lot offensive. Little chuckles, da da da. And then it's like she does a 180. But before she does the crazy 180, she makes sure to start with, I hope you don't fall asleep. And then this really just weird on defense here. Y'all. Okay.
But I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay?
This is just an absolute
So, it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us. And you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. And my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel.
Now, here's the other thing. If you're the state in a closing arguments, because, the state always gets to go twice, right? One of your strategies would be your primary thought is the jury, right? But also, if you're really playing like 4D chess, your other thought would be, when you're structuring your closing argument, would be to try to throw the defense off, right? To throw the defense off so that they make a big mistake because they are reaction, like they're being reactive. You want to throw them off their game. Now, here's the thing. I don't think, honestly, I don't know that was Georgia's intention, because this is actually really surprising how Jackie reacts so emotionally to this. It's like, wow, that was like disproportionate as fuck. So I don't know if Georgia intended it or not, but what's really interesting is, like, even if Georgia didn't intend to have this effect, her closing argument clearly derailed the defense closing argument before it even started, because she completely ignores whatever plan she had and starts here. So Georgia, well done. Whether it was on purpose or not, you've already derailed it. So well done. Welcome on in too fast. Long time no see.
I called witnesses to attack him.
Love
That is
it.
not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his.
Hold on. Sorry. I wanted to say hi to all my wonderful school friends who are just now getting here, but I don't want to talk over this disaster. So I'm going to back it up. But welcome to Heather. Welcome to Too Fast. I'm so happy to see you guys. And anyone else who's getting here, love you guys. Yeah. Okay. She feels her feelings are hurt because of what Georgia said about her opening statement. Okay.
And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. And my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel.
No.
We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendi. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony.
No.
And criticized today for having two witnesses who came.
I just want to note that a lot of what she's going to say is objectionable, and that includes what she's saying right now. This is objectionable. They could object to, like, it misstates the testimony. This is objectionable, but the state's going to just let her go.
And testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client. And what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue.
This feels like she wants to argue with Georgia. This is not for the jury. This is nothing to do with the jury. This is, honestly, again, it's that thing where I'm getting offended for the jury on their behalf. This is rude. She's really wanting to argue with Georgia or take issue with Georgia. This has nothing to do with the jury, and it's just gross.
The state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle.
People? Sorry, she's referring to the two defense attorneys. One of them was involved in the case, and the other one was that expert. We all don't need to even, I'm going to have PTSD from her for years to come.
It's important because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over.
And the fact, y'all, like I said, I listened to this when it happened at the time. I have not listened to it since. There's so many shocking moments that you can't remember all of them. It blows my mind that she's trying to quintuple down on the fact that this was a friendly divorce that wasn't contentious and there was no fighting. And I think in order to try to convince herself this is true, this is when she starts getting really worked up, and then things take a turn here.
Important because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendi, on the case for Wendi, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny
fingernails. So now we're into her new form that she's taken on, that the jury has not heard yet. No one's heard. We had not. This was like, what is happening? At first, I will just tell you guys, at first, I was like, well, you know what? At least this is the first time we're hearing her advocate for it. This was my initial, right? And when I thought that this was just going to be this one little, part, like 10 seconds worth, right? I was like, oh my God, where has she been this whole time? Like, at least she's advocating for the first time this trial. Okay, so we're going to have the fingernails on the podium and okay.
Single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson.
So she's just yelling at the jury as like scolding them, threatening them. Is this extortion? Is this another layer of extortion?
And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense. And instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence.
Can't disagree with
you
that.
decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context.
She's like, you decide what it means. Literally what Georgia said to the jury. Fucking hell.
Of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoop to do with anything, because they actually did.
A hoop to do?
Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case.
Sorry, Kidsmith. Kidsmith says, tell me which evidence the state put on that proves your point, and then show me on this doll where the state hurt you. And now I see that just made me think back to that first dress from the fashion show with all the blood. I don't know why. What the doll part just made me connect back to that, but also her demeanor. She's just getting she's really working herself up here. Watch, she gets like a little hair flip here. This is what twists she has feelings too. This is so wild. So Too Fast, nothing about this case. This is a really crazy case that's been going on. The murder happened in 2014. So it's 11 years in the making. This is their, how many trials? Hold on. It's the fourth trial, but the fifth conviction in this case. And there's still more to come in terms of getting all the co-conspirators, namely Fievel. Too Fast, you'll remember all the Whole Delicious Lunch, right? The Whole Delicious Lunch. And there's a lot of jokes that have been happening that I think that I assumed everybody was aware of. Those jokes are from Wendi Adelson's interrogation/interview. And Wendi Adelson is the last, in my opinion, of the family of the co-conspirators that is still roaming free, and is yet to be arrested. And any day now, clock's ticking Fievel. But Fievel, aka, just so we can now we're going to put it all together for anyone who's not familiar with the case. So this Fievel right here, this very Fievel, right? Who had a whole delicious, hold on, let's just do this correctly. Hang on. Hold on. Wait, I need to do, hang on. These things, this, right.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
or this one.
Yesterday I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendi made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know?
I know.
Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you? Oh my God, I'm dying, Heather. So Too Fast, great question. So this isn't something really recent. Au contraire, this trial, okay, so Fievel on the screen, aka Fievel in the interview with the whole delicious lunch that we just watched, right? That's Fievel. That's Wendi Adelson. The trial that we're watching right now is for her mom, Donna Adelson. This just concluded like last week or 2 weeks ago. The verdict just came in for Donna Adelson. Yeah, a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like recent. It's taken them. So the murder was in 2014. The first arrests were in 2016. You had the 2 hitmen and the middle woman go to trial, plea, trial, convicted. Charlie, aka Wendy's brother, Donna's son, didn't go to trial until 2023. He was convicted. A week after his conviction, Donna was arrested. And then her trial just concluded, like I said, like a week and a half ago or whatever. So this is actually recent, but it's been a long time coming. That's what she said. So I get really excited thinking about Fievel going to prison, as you guys can tell. Like it's my favorite thing. It literally never gets old. Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Kit Smith, saying that in much more succinct fashion. This particular trial was recent, September this year, but the case itself is 11 years old now. There you go. Thanks, Kit Smith. Thanks. I'm sure there's plenty of other jokes that we have related to the Adelsons, to you, Too Fast, and to anyone else who has been here with the Squirrel crew but doesn't know this case. You know the inside jokes for sure. You know the Fievel a lot, expressions, at least many of them. And now you can put it all together. Honestly, the Fievel jokes are the best part anyway. So this is closing arguments, and this is Donna Adelson, Wendy's mom. This is Donna Adelson's defense attorney crashing and burning, in my particular personal opinion here. Okay.
Because they actually did. Now,
oh my God, a hoot. I gotta back this up, guys. Oh my God.
and I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares?
Yes, legit. What are you doing? She did this the whole trial from the very beginning. And I've pointed it out as we've watched this. I've pointed it out every time she self-sabotages, but not on purpose. Usually people self-sabotage, they do it on purpose. I don't think that's the case here. It's just like, she's like a complete and fucking utter disaster. And honestly, in a lot of ways, worse than Elaine. I feel like Elaine, in terms of self-sabotaging out loud, Elaine had she had that moment there. I'm trying, Your Honor. That was a good one. But anyway, I feel like Jackie has had a lot more of them, especially when you think about the span of this trial being like a week and a half to 2 weeks versus the length of that we heard. When you look at like the ratio, right, of words from the attorney versus self-sabotaging nonsense, I think Jackie probably wins. And honestly, just thinking about this, right? Elaine saying flying off in a helicopter is honestly really akin to and on par with Jackie not understanding what an airport is and her questions about the airport. Maybe her and Elaine need to be best friends. Honestly, now I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, wow, that's kind of crazy, the similarities, like especially with like the helicopter and the airport. Anyways, this.
And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm looking at you like that now. In fact,
who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state threw a law.
I want to just say here, so Kitsmith is speaking to anyone who hasn't seen this yet, or any of, there's been all the other trials. We first of all, I've got a whole playlist for the Adelsons. And it's, we watched like key moments from Charlie's trial. We watched the proffers. We watched the most important thing of all, in my opinion, is Wendy's interview. And again, her interview is like 2 hours after Dan Markel was shot and murdered, her ex-husband. Wendy's ex-husband, that is. We watched that multiple times, and we're going to watch it again, so don't worry. We've got that, and then highlights from Charlie's trial, highlights from Katie's trial, and then the pretrial litigation here. We got some of the documents, some of the hearings, and then this trial. We've not been watching the entire thing gavel to gavel. We've been hitting again, the key testimony and sort of making our way through it more expeditiously, if you will. But I totally agree with what Kit Smith said, because for 2 reasons. Yes, the state's opening statement in this trial is a really good summary. Yes. Also, it is one of the best opening statements that I think I've seen, and I know I'm not alone in that. It is a phenomenal opening statement. It is phenomenal. So yes, for anyone who didn't see it, totally recommend watching the opening statements in this trial, whether you are familiar with the case or not. And I will say, you might think, okay, maybe I saw it in Charlie's trial, for those of you who saw it in Charlie's trial or any of the other trials. It blew it out of the water. There's no comparison. The lawyering for Donna's trial, this one, right, versus the previous trials, they've just, with each time, it's like their case is exponentially stronger. It's just better and better. And honestly, like Sarah Dugan for those opening statements, it was just exceptional. It was an opening statement I'll never forget. And honestly, it needs to go on my list of what was it that I had there? Great opening statements. We had this was years ago. We had a live stream. We had a fun Saturday night. It was great opening statements, and I surprised everybody with one of my favorite opening statements for a trial that most people never heard of and didn't watch. But Sarah Dugan's opening statement for this trial will go on that list for sure. It's exceptional.
Enforcement officer elicited testimony
So meanwhile,
about how this event transpired.
Speaking of the complete opposite,
This brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car.
misstates the testimony. You could object there if you're at state. You could object. That's not.
Got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendi, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendi pushed back. She pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead. There's a lot. So basically, remember how I was saying initially, oh, wow, she's like kind of finally for the first time advocating for a client. But she just maintains this yelling at the jury thing for the entire time. It's really wild. But there's definitely more, catastrophically bad moments for her. And now those are really the highlights, because it just gets to the point where it's all the same. It's just yelling. And it's really funny because, again, the entire trial up until now, she's just been a mess where it's like these long pauses and she forgets what she's saying. And it's like, anyway, it's just interesting. It's like she just, again, turned into a different person here. So now this, I think, was something that I actually appreciated because, again, okay, this is getting to Wendy's guilt. So we're going to watch this part. Bible.
Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document, dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where's my numbers? That Catherine Manbanawa That's right. Catherine Magbanowa.
So you can hear her being a disaster over there. Let me pull these down so we can see. We'll back it up so we can hear her being a disaster in full effect.
And those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Catherine Magbanowa, that's right. Catherine Magbanowa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. A number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says, Wendi Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendi Adelson.
Yes.
And Dr.
Yes, that's from Luis Rivera's proffer. Yes.
The dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth, according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost.
Again, right after this verdict, we learned, I think, what is potentially the biggest motivation of all. And the relocation may be part of it, but boy, oh boy.
Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year.
Gives me goosebumps.
That's the motive. It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendi Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendi Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendi Adelson admitted in her testimony, she's sending these messages to her life.
Wendi was playing 4D chess from the get-go with all this. I've got to figure out a way to express exactly how I tied all this together in my mind, because I feel like it's so, honestly, I hate to say this for Fievel, but it's almost so masterful how she played everybody. But we're gonna talk about it as we wrap this trial up. We're gonna watch Wendy's interview again, and then also that little video that I made with clips from Wendy's interview and Luis Rivera's proffer and the jail phone calls, and then tying that with the new information we got after this trial from Stephen Webster. Things really start to fall into place, I think, for what was going on here, at least for me.
Coach, and telling her life coach, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that. Because
I mean, I don't disagree that Fievel's a conniving bitch. I'm going to have to agree anytime that she's implicating Fievel, I'm with her on that.
these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside.
Okay, so this is all she's just rehashing this, and again, just a lot of yelling. We're going to just go forward a little bit here. The emails. Oh, this part. The emails. Oh, the emails.
Negotiate all the way through a final judgment, and that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do.
No, indeed.
But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already
I will just say that if you're speaking, whether you're an attorney or just a person, I think that if you're speaking and you're speaking in exactly the same tone for a prolonged period of time, I don't care whether it's yelling or whether it's like, whatever. If you've only one inflection, I think the natural thing for people to do is to tune it out. And again, tying that into music, right? Think about if somebody's only playing in one dynamic or what have you, right? I mean, I'm not going to tangent into classical music, but it's a lot like that, right? Our ears listen for changes in inflection because it's like, oh, like something's happening. Like it's if everything's all the same, nothing matters, right? So I mean, to me, it's like, that's what this is. It's like, she's just yelling the entire time. There's no pauses. There's no change. And again, it's a complete 180 from what we saw during the rest of the trial. But it's like, I mean, I have no desire to listen to her, even if what she was saying made sense, just because I'm just like, it's so natural to tune this out. You know what I mean, guys?
made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter. And now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between, where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel.
Get ready for this, guys.
During the divorce, she did.
Things you should never want to do when you're an attorney and you're advocating for your client this is another example.
And the state has put them in.
Oh my God. Why? Tell me why. Well, I'm covering my face.
They have emails.
Can't look. No, I can't.
Going up through July the 11th of 2014.
No. Don't do
These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing.
Unreal.
She said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them.
Okay, so it's bad. Here they are on the screen, jury, just in case you forgot all the bad names. But if that's not enough, I'm going to say them all. What?
Venting to her about what she says Danny is doing. She said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendi were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny.
First of all, that's the victim's mother, who Jackie Fulford's talking about. For anyone who's wondering why she's wearing her sunglasses, She actually addressed that when she came on STS after the verdict. She had a bad fall outside the courthouse one of these days. And she's been through to hell and back. She's an incredibly strong, beautiful person. And if you ever hear her speak, you'll understand why I'm saying that. She had a bad fall and apparently got her face all beat up, and she's self-conscious, which is, I hate that for her. But that's why she's wearing these sunglasses, because she had like some bruises or whatever. But that's the mom. But also the royal couple thing. I don't remember that coming into evidence. Did I just miss that? Does anybody remember the email with the royal couple? I don't remember that. And of all the things that are objectionable, of course, there's a ton here. If that didn't come into evidence, that's a huge problem that the state, honestly, they can't just like start talking about evidence that didn't come in blatantly like that. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Twist said, yeah, right. Wendi hit her. Yeah. Fucking 5-all. Fucking leave it to 5-all, right? So we're going to hear her speak about Dan Markel's parents, whom are in the gallery, and then we're going to see it pan over to Ruth Markel, the victim's mother. Miss, do you remember the royal couple thing that she's referencing in this email? I don't remember that in anything from this trial. Do you? I don't remember this.
The royal couple.
I'm just like, did I miss it?
And she and Wendi were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple.
I just don't remember.
She's another bad thing. She called Danny a major fucker, gibbers, which Wendi Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendi testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted him dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed. Bad choice of words. I apologize. It had ended over a year.
I literally was just thinking that, and I forgot that she did that yet again. This whole self. I was literally just thinking that, and then she says it, and I'm like, wait, no. I can think. Why are you saying it? No. Why? In case the jury didn't catch it. Well, now they did. Y'all.
Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over,
like I heard that and I was like, oh God. And then
a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendi testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge? One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead a little bit again. Okay.
At the other one and point at the other one. No. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute.
Okay. She has a couple moments in here that are if you were to not take them in the totality of the closing arguments, we're just talking the totality of the evidence. If you were to remove them out and isolate them, the way that Wendy's been isolated from being charged so far, it would be good advocacy. Okay. And I'm going to point them out because that's how we do. One of them is right here. Again, if you take away, like she's saying there's no evidence of that, like take away whether you disagree with that or not, right? Personally, I think there's evidence. But regardless, this one little moment, again, let's just erase from our brains all the disasters previous. This one little part here, this is actually really strong advocacy, right? This is actually a valid, like she's making this argument well, and she's finally bringing back in the burden, right? The elements of the charges. She's getting back to the law. So this part right here, the state of Florida part. Okay. And there's like, I think one other part in her entire closing argument that also is good. And then the rest, as we saw, is dumpster fire.
No. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people.
The tone is still awful to listen to, but if you just ignore it and just read the closed captioning, you can see the argument being more valid.
Deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that.
And now we start to take a turn back to where we were, which is dumpster fire.
And Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendi did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing, not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator size safe that he has in his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple.
Okay, yeah. For anyone also who's new to the case, Donna, who's on trial here and has now been convicted, literally laundered the money. She washed it in the washing machine. It's one of the fun facts about this case. So Charlie, the son, who's already convicted, stapled the money together, right? And then Donna, before the money was then given to the middle lady to give to the hitman, the money was literally washed in the washing machine. And then when the middle lady received it, it was wet and moldy and gross.
Well, staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine McBanois that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it, but now
something like that, that's got nothing to do with my client. She should say more of that. That actually, even if whatever precedes it is maybe not entirely true, saying those statements, like, that's advocacy, right? And like, again, it's just this is the disaster, like Kit Smith's articulated it really well here. She does make some valid points. The problem is they're buried in a nonsensical closing where she alternates between yelling at the jury. They're not 100%. So like, if like she could do more with, that's got nothing to do with my client and less of everything else that's bad.
I want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 staple, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money?
Well, because that's just a straw man argument. Which logical fallacy is that? I don't know. I think it's more than one, actually. Straw man argument, false equivalency. I don't know. There's probably more. It misstates the testimony. It's just not accurate. Now it's just frustrating.
Catherine McBanois, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to.
Okay, and we're just gonna for our own sanities, we're just gonna, oh, there it is about the money being washed, right? We're just gonna go ahead a little bit here. Stapled, yes, 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 we know, okay. Okay. Oh, the Evite, right, okay. Hold on, there's things about Wendi doing it. Let's make sure.
Wendi Adelson, because she kept that name.
Bible.
And her two sons. So it's Wendi, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendi did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McBanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine McBanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not.
Well, look at the prosecutors there. Oh, so Sarah Dugan's hair is actually wavy today. That's funny. We were talking about this earlier. Her hair is usually straight. She must have curled it. But you can see how easy it is to get them confused, right? I think it was Kat Randall who was like, I was thinking maybe anyway, it's easy to get them confused. And just how funny is it that they just happen to have two prosecutors who look so similar, you know, what are the odds? But watch y'all, their reactions here are priceless. They're just like, bored / confused. I don't know. What are they like?
Occurred. Number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now.
The other thing that she does that drives me crazy and is just not something you need to be doing, and she does it over and over again, beyond the like really loudly flipping through pages, which is distracting. Notice this, guys, and she does it every time. She licks her hand, and it gets worse as it goes along. So you've got the tapping of the thumbnail of the fingernails on the podium, tap, tap. Then you have the pounding of the fist, the loudly flipping of the pages. But to top it all off, you got her licking her paws really obviously and almost like a gesture to try to, it's almost like she thinks it's emphatic. I don't think she's doing this strategically, because if you were assessing it as a strategy, you would not do it. But I think that her subconsciously, it's like supposed to be emphatic. Anyway, watch. It's just, you know, kind of like how, y'all remember how Breenan would do that thing where he would loudly stack all of his papers? It's like that. And it's like, oh my God.
That information.
Like, it's like when he thought he was making a good point, but really it was like a coping mechanism that he had when he was failing.
They were talking about, but she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now.
Watch the fingers. There it is. Watch every time you'll see her do
Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them. And she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson.
We're just gonna go ahead. There's Donna there. Go ahead a little bit. Oh God, the non-extradition, right? Okay. Could it be? Could it be?
In State's Exhibit 140.
Oh my God, how much long? Hold on. How is it that she has this much longer to go? Oh wait, hold on. There's a break in there. I'm just like, holy fucking shit. I mean, how much longer does she have to go? Hold on, let me just see here. Oh, she plays a clip from Wendy's interview. I'm looking forward to that. 6:30. I don't know. We're gonna
On the front page that they showed you with this little notation.
I know.
Notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday. That party is off.
And we're just gonna go ahead a little bit here. Birthday. Okay, fine. Rob Adelson. Okay. Oh, this is really offensive. I mean, I don't even know. It's just so offensive.
I'm on the phone, but somehow Ms. Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be.
Can you blame him? He made the smart. I applaud him. We've talked a lot about the family, the toxic, such an understatement. The enmeshment. Oh my God, it's just an understatement. This family, this family dynamic. I don't know what to call it. Rob Adelson was the one that somehow got away from Donna's clutches and Wendy's clutches, if you ask me. And I applaud him for that. But of course, she's gonna try to distort that. Whatever.
Found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people.
And that's honestly not something that wasn't smart for her to say. Why? Because one of the things that Rob testified to, and I'm sure it's going to come back up on redirect, is that literally Donna said to him when he was like asking, like, what the part about after Dan was, the people were getting arrested, and then, the bit where Donna was like, well, you don't know anything anyway. It's literally just, that just goes to her consciousness of guilt. That was almost like he took that as like a confession from her. And she's just bringing that up by saying the whole part. He's not around these people. Anyway.
But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that.
Try to bury her like in the bar mitzvah.
So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy.
I'm going to speed her up a little bit here because it's just a lot. But I don't want to miss any of the disastrous parts or the parts where she does okay.
Planning to commit murder and solicitation, hiring the hitman that kills.
She's getting to the law here. So
we're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you. And up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in.
Okay, coming up right here. This was the best part. Well, and one of the only good parts. This was brilliant, and she should have stuck more with this theme here. I think it's coming up here in a second. This was brilliant. I remember hearing this and I was like, oh my God, Jackie, where did you come up with that? And why are you not doing more of that? Okay.
In their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer.
Right there. And you know what's so funny is I don't think she planned that. I think she came up with that on the fly. Everything she's planned is a disaster. I think she came up with this on the fly because she was following her own train of thought there with her right here, right? Watch.
Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
She's just being a parent, not a killer. And you can see how if you're thinking quickly there, a brief moment of clarity. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. Brilliant. Brilliant.
She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you.
And honestly, that probably would have been better to even if, again, I think she just thought of that now, but that would have been good to get out in your opening statement, like, fuck. Now we've got, look at her struggling with the fucking microphone.
Meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you.
And the licking of the fingers again.
Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those two men killed Danny Markel.
Okay, we're just going to go a little bit. It's just a lot. I'm sure. There it is. Some more finger licking. Watch. Oh, I wasn't lying, guys, when I said it gets worse. We're going to watch this on normal speed just this moment because this is just grotesque. And honestly, it's just... Okay, ready? Why? Oh my God. She's just licking her hand. No.
The state introduced a couple
the camera cut away. We don't even know where her hand is now.
of exhibits. They would be 64C.
Oh. It's just not good for anybody.
And
Right?
F.
Why does Donna look something? I think she was licking.
What they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense?
I mean, none of this makes sense. The argument doesn't make sense. Okay. It's just, okay. Now I think where she's getting back to trying to make it seem like divorces are all whatever. Okay.
They were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to.
Oh boy.
But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother
That's in reference to, for anyone who's not as familiar, that's in reference to when Donna in the email to Wendi said that they were going to offer, they're going to try to bribe Dan Markel, the victim, with $1 million. Basically, it's essentially just like trying to buy the kids. That's what it boils down to. $1 million so we can buy the children.
I want to point out something to you for just a second.
Please don't. We're speaking of which, while she gets her shit together, what the grandma. Okay. Misstates the right of first refusal again, I'm sure. Refers to being called stupid again. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead a little bit. Oh my God. Yeah, the being called stupid. She already talked about this. Oh, this is funny. She's going to say, I don't want to mess this up. Jeez.
Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up.
Wait. Oh my God.
What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed. And two, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him.
I just don't think the jury cares at this point. It's just way too in the weeds here.
Is from Wendy's testimony that he continued himself because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendi when Wendi needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th. And the testimony was for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town.
I mean, but she, the jury has seen also the text messages. Is it text messages or emails? I think it's text messages where Donna basically says, we're just glorified babysitters. And I pointed it out because this whole thing about her loving the grandkids and wanting to be, no. That's not she does a 180 on that. It's not about that. It's about power and control and possession. She doesn't, because she actually, when it doesn't suit her, she complains about watching the kids and all that. Anyway, it's just, it's sickening. For anyone who doesn't know this too, the kids, the two boys are now, I think, teenagers, and they are still with Wendi, aka Fievel. And she's in Colorado. Word on the street is that she's in Boulder, Colorado, because Fievel went west and then north, and she's still in possession and custody and control of those two boys who are now apparently teenagers and have to live with Fievel. Oh, right, the banana bread. This is a personal opinion. Facts, not evidence. Personal opinion. My personal opinion is that this banana bread, if it ever happened, was poisoned. All right.
banana bread that she makes, and they're going to watch the boys, and she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead.
I'm sorry. There's no evidence of it. I just feel like that was poisoned. And he probably sensed that and didn't eat it, to be honest.
And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable.
What you're saying is unbelievable. Your logic makes no sense. That's what I was thinking. So
now I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client?
That lady's the court reporter there, that on the left. So
the state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendi.
Okay, we're going to go ahead a little bit here, the whole thing about the Geek Squad. For anyone who, yeah. Anyway, I called the Geek Squad. We've talked about it, and I had a little video clip, and we watched it a few months ago, and then we watched it maybe a couple live streams ago, but where I called the Geek Squad and debunked all the crazy ass story that the Adelsons tried to use as the alibi and all that, whatever. I mean, it's just everything about this is not plausible. It's not how they do it. I mean, it's not like this was even a helpful alibi to begin with. But, you know, they could have just been a little less lazy. And if they were going to try to come up with a useless alibi, they could have at least done a little bit of homework to make sure that it was accurate as to whatever the thing was. In this case, the Geek Squad TV policy. None of this was accurate in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Now we're getting to Wendy's interview. Okay. Yay.
Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendi Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendi is saying, there's a victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not really
here
easy.
She is.
But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot. Excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
Bible, here she comes. Donna with her tiny nails or whatever.
Here.
I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker.
So this is from Wendy's interview, the infamous one that I talk about all the time. This is when she calls her mom, okay? Remember, this is like, at this point, her interview starts about 2 hours or so after Dan was shot. At this point, she's been in that room for like maybe 3 hours or so, 4 hours. I'll see, it's 7:09 on there, 7:30. And I don't know if this has been accounted for with like the Greenwich Mean Time or whatever. Anyways, she's been, it's a long interview. And this is many hours in, but this is the first, she's calling Donna. Okay. This is her phone call to her mom, Donna. Okay.
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot.
It's hard to hear. And again, this is showing how they're watching. Like, this is the court camera being held up to the camera in court, right? So it's like really hard to hear. You can actually hear this in the actual video, which we've watched again many times. We'll watch again. But Donna's reaction, she goes, Danny has been shot, and there's a pause, and Donna goes, what? And it's like, so it's just crazy. It's like a parrot.
And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, and obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's, it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine.
Although she complains about having to cancel her stupid plans for the evening to go to the stupid party.
But yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great.
Which is really funny because, the thing that they hated the most was coming to Tallahassee. It's actually a really huge ask for her to make that request.
He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified.
She's like, I have no idea what that said. Hopefully that was helpful. Great.
She was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7:00 at night. And Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny is.
You didn't play the rest of it where Wendy's like, oh, great. She seems shocked. So that means she didn't kill him or whatever.
She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road. And you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now my client.
And we're just going to go ahead a little bit, for fuck's sake. And then she goes back to the bit about the snacks. Is she going to talk about the sitting down in the airport? I can't. I'm losing my will to live here. And I think we heard the best part. I'm wondering, are there any other big disasters? Let's just go. Let's do this. Let's go to the end of her closing, and then we're going to hear the state's very short rebuttal because oh my God, Georgia only saved herself like 7 minutes for rebuttal. Then we're going to have the verdict, and then we've got more in store. We've got their Georgia's press conference after, and then there's multiple juror interviews, and if we have time, we might get into one of them. I've got all kinds of stuff. Like this has been just the gift that keeps on giving, if you will. So
her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did.
That's a good point.
So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016.
Oh my God, no, we're bumping along. Nope. I thought we were close to the end. Ugh. Nope. I thought we were close to the end. We're bumping along still, though. Fuck's sake. I mean, see, right there. Like, we gotta be. Let's just see. You're on a break. Hold on. Does she do anything to gear up for the? Hold on.
I want you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that.
We don't want to.
She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint.
That's not at all what's in those calls. Dude, I cannot.
Without actually saying on the phone what's going on.
That's
These are
not
hints,
at all.
not
Yeah,
code
okay.
words like the state wants you to believe.
This is gross. Georgia. Oh, fuck.
Can I have just 1 second, please?
So you remember how I was saying how she's going to have her rebuttal close, and she's literally on the fly coming up with this. You can see her writing it down. Watch. Remember how this theme that she has, we're here in just a minute, is brilliant. This is part of it because you can see her react. She like kind of laughs and then writes it down. Okay, right here. Here we go. Here we go. Watch.
She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants.
These are hints, not code words.
You to believe.
And there, Georgia looks over there, and now she's writing it down. She's getting this brilliant idea for her theme.
Can I have just 1 second, please?
Yeah, is that how it ends? Because that cannot be. They're gonna take a break. I think when they come back, oh my God. Look at what Judge Everett says.
Or so.
Hold on.
Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out.
Something to keep yourself from passing out. You know, and you can't fault him for saying that because Jackie Fulford herself at the very beginning of her closing argument was like, hey, I hope you don't fall asleep on me. So, yeah.
This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
And then, I mean, please tell me that Jackie is not done. I honestly, because she can't. Okay, good. Because I was about to say, you can't, she was like mid fumble and you can't just end it like
Anawa after the mother had.
You're late. It's okay. We'll forgive you.
After the bump, right? Do you have that?
Oh my God.
This is a transcript
earlier
of that.
Okay, boy, have we done that. Boy, have we ever done that. We're just gonna mosey right along here. I'm trying to get to the end of this so we can get to the rebuttal. It doesn't even seem like she's wrapping up, which I mean doesn't bode well. Like in terms of like the structure of this, that tells you something, right? Because you should be able to see. It's like any story when you're a kid, beginning, middle, and an end, right? I mean, fuck, it's basic shit. Oh my God, playing these fucking tape, the fucking wire. Why? Oh my God, that is another huge mistake. Add it to the list. The jury doesn't, dude.
Have anything.
This is,
I have a year of aggravation.
do you want the jury to hate you? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Let's stop fucking around.
Oh, this is actually, well, I mean, not that the jury wants to hear any of this again, I'm sure, but this is actually when Donna calls the undercover agent, which is the highlight of the case here. We've already listened to it.
But we know all you are. And this ain't going away.
I had a lot of thoughts. For anyone who missed it, I did a lot of comments on this particular moment when it came up in the trial, where Donna finally calls the undercover agent, because I think there's a lot of interesting bits in this that reflect on her psychology. So for anyone who missed it, I'm sure it's time stamped from a couple live streams ago, but I'm not going to do it all again right now. We just did this recently, and we're trying to get to the end of this, of her, I mean. Okay. Oh my God, it's still going. Okay. Oh my God. Is she just being a disaster again?
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. Um,
I don't have words. Don't have words.
5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words. And one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted. He has to pay this money. He has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now, somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about it.
Sorry, it's just tough to listen to this. She's still going. I don't know how she's still going, but she's still going. Okay, she's got to be wrapping up here, right? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Finally, she's getting to the. She said this like 12 hours ago she was going to go through the jury instructions, but she's finally getting there. I think she's almost done. And Georgia's rebuttal close is sick. So get excited, people.
What does solicit mean? It means to ask the principal and to prove that she's.
What does solicit mean? No. We're going ahead. Jesus Christ. This isn't cute. Okay.
And they haven't done that.
Okay, well, let's just hear. Sorry. Is she done? Okay, we have to be fair and hear her like last sentence. Just,
Sugar all over. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that.
I mean, it's just okay, fine, great. Well done. Yay. Okay, on to Georgia's awesome fucking rebuttal. Let's go.
And it says good for single / multiple entries.
She's not done. Fuck. I got excited. I thought she was done. That would have been a good finishing. Honestly, that would have been a good ending. That's why I thought it was the end. Okay, it was a fake ending. I wonder how she's actually going to end it. Let's just see. She had the meddler, not a murderer. That was earlier. She should have saved that again because she put it in the middle. The jury was falling the fuck asleep. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my God. I cannot. Putting more exhibits up. What is happening? My finger's going to get tired pressing the forward button. She's got to be close.
So, but there was no warrant. There was no.
No, that misstates the testimony. Oh my God.
She packed her bags. No warrant.
All this mistake.
She gets in her car to drive to the airport. No warrant.
Oh, this whole bit.
She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it.
That's just.
They go to where she is seated with her husband.
And there it is with the sitting. I knew she had to bring it up. She's really fixated on sitting at the airport. It's really crazy.
The flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket
really
and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory.
Here we got, yeah.
But we're in trial almost 2 years later.
Spun with their theory.
And they know she wasn't fleeing this country. I'm going to sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period.
How many of you guys think that when she said, I'm going to sum it up, that the jury was like, said what I said? And they're like, thank God. I wonder, I guarantee you at least a few people on that jury had the same thought. Probably. I'm sure a lot of people in the gallery did.
In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing.
She's not summing it up. Sorry, I'm just going to help her sum it up. I'm going to help her sum it up. Ah!
You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendi Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him.
But she's doing exactly what the state did with the whole pointing fingers thing. She's literally doing exactly that.
She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with.
Oh my God.
The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't.
What the hell are you doing? Why? She should have just stopped talking. The part where it was the fake ending, she should stop there. That was a solid ending. Even if, at least finish on a not terrible note. I can't
buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am, telling you how wrong I am about everything, and how they have this mountain of evidence because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Fulford, state, may give you a rebuttal.
Yay! Here we go, guys. This is great. This is awesome. Speaking of mountains. Mountains! Georgia always wears red for closing, by the way. Watch, guys. Great.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Yeah. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the time yet. Okay. It does not matter what Ms. Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. Apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence.
I love this. Brilliant.
Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code. That's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The 2 of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the 2 of us because we're being extorted. We're victims. It doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The 2 of us actually means it does not involve the 2 of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices.
But it's also a vacation, too. Inside your bone. Sorry, hold on. Do we have a new Squirrel friend? Or are you one of our Squirrel friends who we've had before with a new username? Let me know. But if you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome. Happy you're here. Lovely picture.
Wendi didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting.
Now, here's what's wild. When I heard her say this, I lost it. You guys have been, y'all have been hearing me talk, those of you guys who've been watching our coverage of this for a long ass time, y'all have heard me talk about these emails. And for ever since the emails were released, the unhinged emails, I think that was right before Charlie's trial. So it's been a long ass time, 1.5 years, 2 years, maybe longer. whenever those emails were released and I got them, I've been lovingly calling them Donna's unhinged emails. In fact, they're all time stamped. And even on the thumbnails, Donna's unhinged emails. When I heard her say this, I was like, holy shit. Because it's not like this is like a nickname, an official nickname. It's like my official nickname that I call it. But I've never heard anyone else call it that. So I like just about lost it when I was like, Georgia.
Didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis.
Thanks.
That's what happened when when Wendi suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right?
Mm-hmm. Phenomenal. You guys, these exhibits, the demonstrative aids in this trial have been next level in every fucking way. One of my favorite moments from today was earlier on the state's initial closing argument where it had extortion in scare quotes. The snark, and I just love it. Amazing. Dude, well done, guys. Well done. And to the prosecution, right? Look at this. Like, oh, hold on. So outside your house doesn't equal outside your house. A very contentious divorce doesn't equal a very contentious divorce. TV repair appointment doesn't equal alibi. This TV doesn't equal code. Question, what does it involve? Answer, the two of us. Doesn't equal, it involves the two of us. The visual here, I think, is so fucking powerful, honestly. I love it.
This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words.
So that must have been on the screen when she was saying that this whole time, but we didn't see it, but the jury had it up there. The jury's been looking at it, which I love.
I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom.
That's amazing. Oh my God, hold on, let me back it up. Okay.
This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people.
Brilliant.
That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what
another thing I love about Georgia, another thing I love about Georgia is she's done this consistently all throughout. She empowers the jury. And I think that's brilliant. I like I said before, instead of telling the jury what to think or spelling it out for them like they're toddlers, they don't have brains. Instead of any of that, it's like, look, you have brains. I'm going to empower you. I mean, it literally just gave me goosebumps because I love the jury. I love a good jury, and this jury was brilliant and amazing, and they should have felt empowered, and they did. And I just love it versus it feeling insulted or being insulted by like Jackie, like they just were. And Too Fast just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Too Fast. Oh my God. And you still have what is that guy's name again? Rocky, right? The Rocky, poor Rocky. Rocky's seen better days. I heard a rumor that there's a video somewhere, Too Fast, of Rocky before Rocky became without limbs. And is that true? And if so, how come I haven't seen that yet? Can we fix that, please? Yeah, Georgia empowers the jury. New Orleans scolded the jury. Accurate. Bucky. Sorry, Bucky. I should have known. Oh, duh, of course. Bucky. Not Rocky. Bucky. I mean, Bucky looks a little rocky though. Right?
It's your spin. You look at the evidence. You decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what I think it shows. Here's the other side. What do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wendi. Oh no. Charlie definitely.
Oh my God, there it is again. The extortion and scare quote. So for anyone who missed it and was having FOMO, look, there it is again. Brilliant. I love this.
Wendi making. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but you're getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, right. Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendi looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked.
Yeah.
And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted or Charlie and Wendi did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone is responsible.
It's
for
a
this murder,
conspiracy.
should be held accountable for their role, not just Charlie, not just
Yes.
the 2 killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes. You have remembrances. You guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there are a few of those. The only complaint from a 3 and 4-year-old was, "Grandma says you're stupid." Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, "Grandma hates you."
Yes.
Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015.
Great.
No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Nibanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right, and brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, "I'm outside your house." He said 10 minutes.
Right.
Could be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that.
I just wanted to
Grandma
say
motion.
that DJ Khaled is on point here because for anyone who's, the DJ Khaled once said, they don't want you to jet ski. They don't want you to smile. And it's really funny because of all the things, right? Because the jet skis, right, were a whole thing. And it came up more in the other trials, especially Charlie's trial, but he had the jet ski. And I can't remember if it came up in this trial. Probably did. But anyway, the jet skis are actually right on point with this trial, which is great.
We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I just don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I say the words say, "I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor." They say, "No, that's not what it means. It means something else." Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder. Could you just give me 5 more?
So she's asking for more time. So he gave a 2-hour time limit to both sides, but because the state has a rebuttal clause, Georgia had to sort of make the decision for how she's going to allot her time, right? Still 2 hours total. So that's why she made the joke at the beginning about only having 7 minutes left. So she's out of time, but she's like, "Please, can I have just like another minute?" A little bit reminiscent though, isn't it, of Donna with the colloquy, although Donna asked for 5 minutes and then 10 minutes and then 1 minute and then 3 minutes and did it 50,000 times. Oh, not just one check, many checks for the middle woman from the dentist. So they were all, it was the Adelson Institute. It was the dentistry, dental office. What do you call it? Anyways, hold on, let me back it up. All right, right there. That's Harvey Adelson. That's Donna's husband, also Charlie's dad and Wendy's dad, aka Fido. Harvey and Wendi are the last 2 left of this case, the unindicted co-conspirators, Harvey and Wendi. So Harvey has been in the gallery every day looking exactly like this. Sometimes he's been taking notes, but he always looks exactly like this, watching this entire trial. Fivel only showed up for her testimony and then got the hell out of there and went back to Colorado. She went west and then north, as we say. So Harvey was a dentist and started this dental practice, which eventually became called the Adelson Institute. And eventually his son, Charlie, again, who's already convicted, Donna and Harvey's son, Wendy's brother, he was a dentist as well, and like he had brought the practice from his father, and then it got really complicated. He like sold it back and then bought it back. Anyway, it's just honestly whatever. But part of the whole thing to launder the money and to pay the middle woman, to pay the hitman, was Katie McVanois, the middle woman, was being paid written checks from the Adelson Institute. So it wasn't just writing checks, like personal checks. Donna was writing Katie checks from the Adelson Institute dental practice, as if she was working there. And it went on for how many months? How long? Went on for a long ass time, okay? But Katie McVanois never lifted a finger or set a foot in there and never did any work for them. So it's like money laundering. It's also like tax fraud. It's breaking a lot of laws. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. And remember, she also then, in terms of the cash, remember Donna also washed the cash for anyone who missed us talking about that. He does look like a cartoon character. He does. He definitely does. And he always looks like that. It's pretty wild. Now, my personal take is I don't think he's going to end up getting charged personally. But Fievel, y'all know how I feel about Fievel. So.
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him.
Now I honestly don't even think Georgia needs to spend time on this. I don't think you need to spend more time explaining how the extortion thing doesn't make sense. I mean, honestly, I think that she could have skipped that part, especially because she's so short on time. The jury doesn't buy the extortion. I think you're good on that. So we're just going to sort of go ahead a little bit here. Okay.
Before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement, she said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed. Right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendi and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. She was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendi is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quote, quotations on the sad, 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this.
A highly intelligent, sensitive mom? A highly intelligent, sensitive mom? Wow.
This kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life.
For sure.
Family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room.
Okay. You guys want to watch the verdict? We should watch the verdict because Donna's reaction. Again, add to the list of first. I've never seen anything like this in a trial. We're going to watch the verdict. I think we can probably guess what it is, or we already know. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Right, we have to actually come back. Let me just pull it up. I forgot it was on a separate day, technically. The jury stayed pretty late, if I recall, on day 9. Trying to think. And then they went home. I think they went home, what was it, like around 7 maybe? Let's see here. All right, here we go. All righty.
Welcome back to Court TV. Let's get you right back into court for that much anticipated.
It is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict.
Here we go. Here we go. Get ready for Donna's reaction. This is what I was saying. I've never in my life seen anything like this.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff.
All right, let's watch this one again. What's really great about this in terms of her, whatever her thing is she's doing. Well, first of all, there's no tears. But she keeps getting more and more upset, even though the worst count is the first one, like first-degree murder. It's like the other, like conspiracy and solicitation. It's like, but she's like getting more upset for those. It's just, you know, whatever. You know, it's not like, oh, that's worse than the first-degree murder, whatever. Anyway.
First-degree murder.
I know.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control.
As it synced better on other feeds, I can try to pull up another one, but I would have assumed it would have been the same on all of them. But let me see if there's another one that is more syncy. Give me just a moment. Oh, by the way, Kitsmits, it looks like YouTube's just already recommended another Couture video for me as I was searching for this verdict, and I'm going to add it to watch for next time. Looks like a good one. Okay, so there's the court TV. Let's see about the Tallahassee Democrat. You can give this a whirl.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Oh, yeah, no, this is much better. I'm glad it's synced. Awesome. Shout out to the Tallahassee Democrat. All right, let's watch this again. Much better. Well done.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
I mean, and the other thing is, it's like, in my mind, I remember when this happened and I heard it as I was driving, I was like, there's no way she actually thought she wasn't going to, there's no way she thought she was going to get acquitted. There's just no fucking way. But notice there's no tears. Well, one more time. There's no tears. This is just so, oh my God, this is just, I didn't expect this, to be honest, from her. I honestly didn't. This is insane.
First-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
Horrifying.
Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
That's right, James.
The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
No tears.
The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself,
No tears.
I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand?
Now, the thing is, too, guys, in case anyone's like, wow, what? So we don't always hear, other times okay, I think we've probably all seen defendants who have strong reactions to verdicts being read, okay, when they're found guilty. I've never seen one quite like this, especially just in how fake it is, I guess, is one of the things for me that really stands out. But sometimes the judges will say something and other times they won't. Judge Everett stepped in here. Now, what's important to note from a legal standpoint is that he's not finished reading the verdict. Until he's finished publishing the jury's verdict, it's not done. So in this rare, crazy, off chance situation that some juror sees her like this and somehow feels sympathy for her fake shenanigans and is like, oh my God, I can't send this poor, innocent, sweet grandmother to prison for the last short few years of her life, and just decides they want to take it back. Technically, it could become a problem when it's not all been done, right? Because at this point, he hasn't read through everything. So it actually can have, besides just being offensive and all the other whatever, besides all of that, it can actually have legal implications because it could affect the jury. And I don't know that Donna would know that or not. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think Donna knows that and that's her goal, or do you think she's just doing the most? Let me know.
Understand what I'm saying to you. Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief
I don't know. I
break.
haven't heard that.
Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Where did you hear that she was on an antidepressant? At least in custody. Oh, sorry. That's one of my favorite parts because Judge Everett comments on it. Hold on.
Give her tissues if she needs them. Then we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Please give her tissues if she needs them. Yes, Judge Everett. He doesn't think she's fucking crying. That's my interpretation.
The jurors are brought back.
Console her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
So this happens for more time. There's the gallery, obviously.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the
This is craziness to me.
trial.
I mean, besides the fact that there's no tears, there's none of the other signs of actual emotion, right? Like, for example, people's faces get red or their noses get red. Or, I mean, it's not just tears, right? Like, to me, this looks like effort to try to make it look like you're crying, but there's none of the actual signs that you're experiencing emotion, right? To me. I mean, her glasses aren't fogging up. Her nose isn't running. She's just sort of shaking and grimacing. If you didn't know any better, you could think she was just like really constipated or something, right? Like, look at that face.
Evening. I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
Did they lose sound in the courtroom? I wonder if they lost sound. I didn't mute it or anything. Maybe they lost sound. Oh, they're probably doing that because the jurors speaking. Anyway, they poll the jurors. The jury's like, yes, it's unanimous, all that. Okay. I mean, and that's basically it. And then they talk about,
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you.
That's basically it. Then they talk about if they're going to do a pre-sentencing investigation, which they're going to do. They're going to come back and do a status conference to see how that's going. If the pre-sentence investigation is done at that status conference, then they will schedule sentencing, but it's going to be a lot. As we know, life is life in Florida. Okay. Next, we're going to go in chronological order to, where'd it go? Hold on. Sorry. Give me just a moment, guys. So now we're going to watch the press conference, if you will. It's not really a press conference, but we're going to watch Georgia speak out after the verdict to basically the people who've been following this case, including, you know, people like Joel from STS, and there's some other YouTubers there as well that are basically just filming from their phones. And I think Court TV might also be there, but it's just a small group of people that kind of know Georgia, and they go out there and she talks to them, and some great stuff comes out about Wendi, of course. So we're just going to watch this one here. Let me find it here. I'm excited about our next fashion thing, though, on the next live stream. That's going to be fun. All right, here we go. It hurts people's ears. Let me go forward a little bit. Okay.
What was it like to have this defendant be found guilty?
I think I just feel kind of honored to be able to deliver this win for the Markels. You know, we've heard so much about a win for the Adelsons, and everything.
Oh,
that was
did the
lost in
victim
this effort.
right?
So
sorry.
it's just been really cool to be a part of.
We'll go back to that.
Sorry. Trials, you said these trials.
Thank you, Northwest. Right, they did that out of order. Yeah, we'll go back to that. We need to watch those. Hold on, maybe we should just do that in order since we just are getting started with this. Yeah, thank you for that. Right. No, that's definitely. Let me find it. Which one was it? Okay, yeah, let's watch the victim. So basically, because Dan Markel's parents live in Canada, he was Canadian, they go ahead and give their victim impact statements. Thank you for reminding me of that, Northwest. Hopefully it's in the same video. Let's just see here. I guess not.
Report.
I'll find it.
2 and 3.
Give me a moment, guys. I'll find it.
Count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
I'll find it. Give me just a moment.
Yes.
Here.
Well,
Because they live in Canada, they allow them to go ahead.
Ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client is okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well.
I have like way too many tabs and windows open. Hopefully my computer doesn't blow up. So
Court then.
Hold on. Just a moment. Which one is this? Okay, so I'm just trying to, I've got so many windows and tabs open. Okay, so for some reason they have it split up between the 2 different victim impact statements, but that's fine. So this is Ruth Markel, Dan's mom. And honestly, what Phil said was probably one of my favorite victim impact statements I've heard. But we're gonna watch, so they're both great. So we're gonna watch these here.
Right there in front of the lectern.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Northwest, of this. And I mean, it's really kind of annoying, right? That it's not all in the same video. Like this is all split up. You had the verdict as another video, and then even these 2 are separated, but whatever. Thank you for reminding me.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're going to trip.
Okay.
Okay.
I already did. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep, permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, A Mother's Unveiling, The Unveiling, a mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy to feel purpose and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives.
You know, as I hear her say that, and I'm not disputing what she's saying, right? I'm thinking ahead to Wendi. My personal sort of interpretation is honestly, I think really that Donna's motivation was more to be closer to Wendi. I really think she wanted to have the control over Wendi. And we've talked a lot about this, right? How you had Rob who got away, cut ties. You have Charlie who just did everything Donna wanted and couldn't do anything wrong. He was just, that's how he coped with her parenting style. I don't even know what to call it. All of her things. That's how he coped with it, was he did just everything she wanted. And then you had Wendi, who was kind of in the middle, as we heard a lot about in this trial as well, where she kind of wanted to make a certain decision and then realized, knowing her mom wouldn't approve, it was a whole thing and whatever, right? And anyway, again, considering the fact that Donna, as so oftentimes complained about watching the boys, complained about being called a glorified babysitter, quote unquote, and whatnot. I mean, really, the unhinged emails really paint a huge picture about this, right? Because Donna's whole goal, as laid out in those unhinged emails, is she wanted Wendi and the two kids to come and move in with her. That was her goal. And I mean, I really think that a lot of this had to do with feeling like she got the win over Wendi, because Wendi was kind of pushing back a little bit, but I mean, she wasn't doing a Charlie. Wendi wasn't just complying to whatever Donna wanted. It's like, for Donna, if you were to push back and try to have any type of opinion or independence at all, like as an adult, right? Like, I'm going to make a decision to do X, Y, like this thing, something, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. It's like, that was too much for her. You couldn't have one choice for Donna. Like, I mean, that's really reflected throughout the way she treated all, the kids. And I mean, by kids, I mean her adult children. They're adults now. You had to go. It's a lot of psychological illness here. But I mean, I really think that a lot of this was her wanting control over Wendi. And in order to get control over Wendi, she had to be able to have control over the kids because Wendi was going to be where the kids are. And, it doesn't surprise me that as soon as it wasn't until her mom was arrested that Wendi moved to Austin, Texas. And then since then, subsequently to Colorado. And she's made those decisions. Why? Well, her mom's been in custody. Her brother's also been in custody. And as we know, Charlie was seemingly able to talk her into stuff. But what he was talking Wendi into was what Donna wanted. Donna had what she wanted for Wendi, and Charlie talked her into it. We saw a lot of that laid out in this trial, and it was just disturbing as fuck. Anyways, all right, let's keep going.
Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendi. She rented the house, and Dan came home, and he found that Wendi and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendi to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendi could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family.
She rolls her fucking eyes at that. Disgusting.
And her younger child, Wendi, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection.
Yeah.
She blames...
Honestly, Charlie does better at self-reflection than Donna. But
external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse. And lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markel name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markel family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group.
Donna's still sitting over there doing the most. It's pretty insane.
That passed the Markel Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave in his father.
Like, this is the part that I found the most disturbing about her victim impact statement, was like, to this day, even after having the Markel Act passed, they still basically have little to no contact with Ben and Lincoln. And I mean, and God, I'm sure they don't have that without Wendi around, right? And the boys still haven't been to see their father's grave. I mean, I like just about lost it when I heard this, because I was like, I really had thought that by now some progress would have been made, because they've only been fighting for this for like a decade, longer than that, actually. I mean, they're Canadians. The effort that it took for them to have legislation passed in the US for the Markel Act is unfathomable. You guys can appreciate that. You guys know what it's like. For even people within the legislative body, like, it's like watching paint dry, but like more difficult and more arduous, and like it's like an impossible thing, right? As Canadians, Dan's parents were able to get the Dan Markel Act passed. I mean, it's just, and yet still, and it's like, of all of the things, you know,
his history and his grave in Toronto, we want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's two sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelson's involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who love Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice. Yeah. The justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markel.
Thank you, Ms. Markel.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from Phil, and honestly, this is really short, but this is one of my absolute favorite victim impact statement. Favorite, that's not the right way to put it. What I love about this, here's what I love about this, is the compassion. The compassion that he has for all of the other convicted killers in this case, the hitmen, the middlewoman, the compassion that he has. And not only does it show the compassion, but this is so powerful into the scope of how many lives this has affected. And anyway, this is a really powerful victim impact statement.
If you please could tell
Dan Markel's dad.
What's your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Phil Markel. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendi, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around.
Here we go.
Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
See what I mean? Like, just go straight to your heart, right? The was it worth it just resonates, and just I feel like that just has echoed ever since that day in like a lot of people's minds when they think about Donna, you know. I mean, wow, it's just so powerful. I mean, 3 minutes. What a victim impact statement. And just you guys see what I mean though about how the scope of this crime and then the compassion for all of those children belonging to the hitman and the middle woman and, you know, the other Adelson, you know, all the people who are responsible for his son's death. It's just, it's really inspiring, I think, versus having so much anger, like, you know, and you can't, I'm not going to tell anybody how they should be, but I'm just saying it's just, you know, I think we could all aspire, God forbid we ever are in a position like this, aspire to have even a modicum of the compassion and kindness. And what's the other way to put this? Perspective that he has in terms of seeing the big picture. Okay, so now we'll go back here to Georgia's interview. All right.
My life. There's a lot of trials at this point. Talk about what happens when you're a prosecutor and you have to continue to follow cases like this.
Well, I mean, I do have other cases. People don't know that. There are other cases. And I care about, you know, all of them, but obviously this has become sort of part of my DNA after investing so much blood, sweat, and tears into this case and getting justice. So yeah, it's been an epic battle.
Was this one tougher than Charlie's trial?
I don't know. I mean, I'm older, so I think it is. I think everyone is tougher than the last.
So I'm actually going to go ahead a little bit here because let's see just some of the highlights. So there's more stuff, more phones, more records. And then the part about Jackie misappropriating Dan's name, of course, that bothered her. You know, sometimes people ask questions and I'm like, why are you asking these questions that are just like, of course, you know what I mean? Anyways, she was saying she thought they would deliberate for slightly shorter. Okay, will this be the last prosecution?
They got what they needed and they knew what they had to do.
Will this be the last prosecution?
You are asking a
Oh,
question.
yeah.
Why are you that guy?
Were you surprised by the defense strategy of throwing Wendi and Charlie under the bus? And was the adoptive admissions ruling something that you pre-planned or something that you all came up with at the last moment?
We had a few incarnations of how to deal with the fact that she had adopted Charlie's really ridiculous story previously. We didn't want her to be able to distance herself from that and create a new, better defense, which she did seem to kind of try to be doing. So we did want to try to shove that on her and then try to explain that to the jury. Okay, here's this whole other defense that she already adopted, and it's complicated and it has all its pushback that goes with it. So it did feel like a difficult minefield to wade through to be able to explain all that to the jury, but we wanted to make sure they understood that, hey, she's already committed to this defense that's a loser, and now she's trying to switch it up and go to this whole other place, and you've got to pick a lane, you can't be both. So I think that's kind of what we were trying to do. So hopefully we were successful.
I just want to say something real quick. As far as that who is asking the questions there with the heavy accent, that's the mentor lawyer from Deep Dive True Crime. So he's been another person on the case. He's also an attorney. Anyways, but he asked his initial question was, is this the last, or will this be the last prosecution? And you'll notice that he pivoted and she said, you aren't supposed to ask about that. He changed his question. So just a little bit of backstory here. Before the cameras went on and this whole thing started, like they were all told, like half jokingly, right, not to ask about Wendi or Harvey, right? Especially Wendi, because that's the question that everybody wants to know is Wendi next? Like, and so like it's off limits, right? So he was going to ask that, and then she was like, no, and then he changed his question. But don't worry, it's going to come up again. Thanks to Joel.
Developed a lot of crazy evidence, including y'all were planning to use some phone calls that you were not able to use at the trial. Is the sealing of this evidence going to be unsealed once now that the Donna has been convicted, or do you know?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I don't know.
And you cannot still comment, I guess, about.
I think not. Since it's sealed, right? Yes,
Right,
it's
no
less
comment
sexy
about-
than you imagine it to be, but I don't think I should comment on it since it's sealed by the court.
How did you feel when you found out that Donna was not going to be testifying? Something tells me you were probably salivating.
I don't know about
For the last 11
salivating.
years.
Yeah, it's not like I was gonna wow you guys with some amazing new stuff or anything, but I did put tons of preparation into that. So I was
I know it sounds not great. So she's talking about how the preparation she put in, expecting Donna to testify. She had a binder with 110 tabs. I'm sure it was amazing. Okay. Yeah, the fleeing to me Dawn didn't help. I mean, again, stuff. It's like, yeah, of course, that was one of the most important pieces of evidence. You know what I mean? Rob's testimony, of course, was crucial. They didn't have him testify before because they didn't want to put him through it. And she said, she feels like this was the first trial where they really needed his testimony, and it's a lot to ask of him. Okay. All right, here we go.
Georgia, does Wendi have reason to be worried tonight?
Aha.
who said that word?
The W word.
Bad word.
A bad word. Let me ask another question. Well, last time.
Should we say stay tuned? Do we need to stay tuned?
I mean, you can
Stay tuned.
stay tuned.
So this is huge, and I'll tell you why. This mental. Here's what. Okay. So after after Charlie's trial, Georgia was asked if there was going to be any other, if this was the last prosecution or whatever, and it became like a meme almost, if you will, for people that know this case. Or she said, "Stay tuned." I think there's even T-shirts with it and shit like that. Georgia said, "Stay tuned," as in, yeah, he's not the last, right? And literally a week later, Donna was arrested. Now, here's the thing. Donna knows that. So the fact that she says that, to me, it's almost like very Adelson in a way, right? Ironically, of like, that's like a hint that she knows everyone's going to get. She can't come out and say for a fact what will happen, right? And she wouldn't want people like Fievel to, I don't know, try to flee and whatnot. You know what I mean? I'm sure they have eyes on her, but still. It's one of those things, right? You don't want to give it all away, and who knows, right? What their plan is, but they're very methodical about this. But the fact that she said stay tuned, she could have said anything, right? She could have said, yeah, she could have continued with I can't talk about it, or she could have just said it's off limits, or she could have just said yes, no, maybe, whatever. But in other words, the stay tuned is an intentional choice on her part, because she knows that everybody in this room and everybody who cares about this case and everybody watching that cares about this case will know exactly what that means. That's like a code word to everybody that cares about this, like, for example, myself. So that to me is almost like her imparting her knowledge of Fievel's impending arrest, in my opinion. There's no other reason she would fucking say that, because that's just like her catchphrase now, ever since Charlie's trial. So like when she says that, it means another Adelson arrest is going to happen.
Last time, should we say stay tuned?
Do we need to stay tuned?
I mean, you can stay tuned.
One other question for me. I mean, your father played football. I understand. What's my first Knowles game?
So now he's just going to ask about like that she's competitive. Okay, now she talks about how they had some help getting those exhibits. Now there is another thing that comes up that's one of the key parts here. Let me see here. Okay, I think it's here.
Notes from June number.
I thought it was great. I thought it was, when she showed up with that, it was like Christmas Day.
They did a good job.
It felt like this trial, you did mention Wendy's name more. Was that just because of who the defendant was, or is there a strategy behind more evidence against Wendy coming out?
I think it was because of who the defendant was and how important the motive was to establish, which largely arose from the communications between Donna and Wendi. So yeah, Wendi ended up more in the mix.
You say a little bit about the boys. I could feel the emotion. It seemed like it really resonated with the jury when you talked about.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, there's no justice for them, and I haven't done them any favors today, and I lose sleep over that fact. It's tough. I know that. Yeah, family's just been totally destroyed, and I hate that, you know. And sometimes it feels a little bit like being a part of it, you know. So yeah, I wish them nothing but the best, and I hope they can reconnect with their paternal relatives. And
So by the way, so that's standing there. That's Jack Campbell. So he's the AG, right, for Florida. And next to him in the back there behind Georgia was Sarah Dugan, her co-counsel. So basically, that's pretty much it there. I thought there was something else here about how there was some evidence that was still sealed or something. But to me, the key takeaway, I think, was the stay tuned. I mean, that's really what everybody wanted to ask about, was sort of told not to, but they figured they got it out of her with that. Again, she took a what do you call it? Page out of the Adelson book and used a hint, right, that everybody would get. So, so then we still want to watch the juror interviews, and then I've got like a million other little things here with this. We're gonna have to save that for next time, though, guys, because I think this is a good stopping point. Because the juror interviews, there's a number of them, and you guys will have to let me know which ones you want to watch. But there's a number of them, and they're quite lengthy. I definitely want to watch juror juror number 6, his first interview on STS, and then I'm wondering too if like y'all have maybe seen some of the other interviews maybe more and than that one. I don't know. And if you guys are like, yeah, like, you know, for example, the jury foreperson, I feel like there's been a lot of coverage of that, and I don't know. You guys can just let me know what you want to watch, but I think there's a lot of really interesting discussion points from juror number 6 testimony, especially, which is why I definitely wanted to watch that. But yeah, there's a lot, you know, number of lengthy interviews from these jurors who've spoken out, which we love. And then again, like I said, we're going to watch, we'll do the Fievel interview at some point too. And then I wrote down some of the cases that y'all were talking about that were shorter. The other thing too, for anyone who's watching now or on replay crew. So Idaho, okay. There's been so much that's come out, and it's sort of like, you know, just a ton. I can't even remember, the last live stream might have been the body cam footage, but like, I mean, since then, we've had more, I think more police reports come out. There's been more photos. There's been more interviews. There's so much. And I will just say, like, I have all of it. Like I have everything that's come out. Oh, there's also been some documents that have been unsealed. I have all of it. I have all the reports. I have all the photos. I have all the stuff in terms of, you know, the discovery and whatever has been released and all that. And I've been keeping up with it, right? But there's just so much. So I mean, I don't even know if anybody cares anymore, but if you guys still, you know, and it's just sort of not possible to go through all of it. I mean, I guess maybe with like a lifetime, you know, but like in terms of, you know, if you guys want to go through any of that, essentially, as I'm just talking about, you know, different options here. If you guys want to go through any of that, please let me know. If you have certain things that you have like suggestions or preferences of, like if there's a specific report or a specific set of photos or a specific interview, like if you have requests, basically, right? Because like there's just so much, and it's, you know, I would rather you guys let me know what you're interested in, if anything, because you know, again, there's just so much of it, and I'm not even sure who's still covering it or if anyone's still covering it or whatever. But y'all just let me know if you do have any requests or specific requests as pertains to the Brian Koberger case, I think also on that note, I do believe the window for appeal has closed, has long since passed. I believe here as well. So it's hard to tell sometimes with time, right? But I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain it's been longer than the 42 days. But next up, we will finish up with everything with this, like I said. And then we also have one last, I think, live stream to do for Casotis. And we've got, of course, some Shanna Gardner to get caught up on, a number of other things as well. In a way, it's almost, going to be a nice chance to do that since we don't have, at least right now, there's not any current trial. I'm trying to think. Also, as just a side note too. Oh my God, I almost forgot. The Karen Reed hearing. I have a lot of thoughts about that. Let me know if you guys are interested. I'm pretty sure everyone's going to say yes on that one. We haven't done anything Karen Reed in a while. I guess it feels like a while. Maybe it hasn't been that long, but I know there's been so much going on with like the adjacent cases. Again, I'm keeping up with all of it, but just, I have, I only have so many hours in a day, and I have a lot. You guys know how much other jobs I have. So, the hearing though, as far as all the other cases and whatnot, that are surrounding Karen Reed, I don't know that for me that those are as necessary because there's a lot of people covering that, right? And there's a lot of them. But the hearing from, when was that, yesterday? The hearing from the other day with the civil case, that I think is totally worth going over, and I have a lot of thoughts on that. So that will definitely be soon. That maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we should finish Adelson first and then do that. That'll be upcoming here soon. And then, what else was I thinking? I'm trying to remember. Anyways, yeah, that'll definitely be an upcoming one for Karen Reed. So, but I don't think there's any trials that I can think of that are starting soon. Y'all let me know if there's anything that it looks particularly interesting. But anyways, last I was going to say, because of the fact that we would have been in trial right now for Koberger and we're not, we've all been given some time here. Oh, I know, I remembered. I had interrupted myself. I know what I was going to say. Did any of you guys watch any of the Cardi B trial? And I know that probably sounds crazy that I'm even mentioning that. But what's funny is like, I wasn't going to watch. I mean, I didn't care. But one of my attorneys at work was like saying how he saw just a quick little clip on like social media because he uses social media, and y'all know I don't. He saw something on social media and he was like, oh my God, this is unhinged. You told me to check it out. So I checked out some of it and I was like, oh my God. I think you guys, if you haven't watched any of it, I think that this would be really fun. Y'all would love it. There's some really, dude, she's hilarious. It's gold. It's like classic. It's like amazing. It's really great. And it's not even like we would necessarily need to watch the whole trial, but like when she's on the stand, like that's some of the parts that I saw was like her on the stand. It is, it's magical. That's all I can say. I think even like the plaintiff, whoever that girl is, her attorney, anyway, it's great. It's like comedy gold basically. And it's phenomenal. So that might be something worth looking at too, because we could just like get through that and like, one fun live stream, it would be a blast. Y'all would love it, I think. So, so Meg P's been lurking. Yeah. So you've seen the Cardi B. Yeah. Isn't it hilarious? The part where she's like, hello. And he goes, hello. I died. I literally died. And she wore a different wig every day. I mean, amazing, right? And the way she testified was also so refreshing. I have like so many thoughts, honestly. It's like that trial is so different from anything that we're used to that it's like, oh, okay. And it just offers a lot of things. It just offers a lot of interesting talking points, perspectives, and discussion, opportunities for discussion, things to learn about. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, it's nice to have something that's just like so fucking different from anything that we've ever seen. It was really refreshing. So, oh, you didn't watch the second trial? Well, that's already done, but we're talking about, I think you're referencing Karen Reed. I was mentioning the hearing from yesterday, I guess it was for the civil case, but that's going to be years before that goes to trial. But the hearing was really interesting. So that's definitely something I want to do. Kits is here for Comedy Gold. So far, it doesn't look like anybody's requested anything specific for Idaho. Let me know on Replay Crew 2 in the comments if you have any requests, or in the Discord if you want to. But maybe everybody's just sort of done, which is fine. And, you know, there will, I'm sure, be, for example, like there could be some other interesting things that come out. I mean, again, I'm sure there's other things that come, there's just so much of it. Anyways, we can always, you know, it's not going anywhere. Like I said, I've got all of it, so it's not going anywhere, right? So, you know, so I'll put the link in the chat as well for the Discord if anyone hasn't joined. So yeah, so I think we'll finish this one up. We're definitely gonna watch Wendy's interview again. We'll do Cardi B, and Karen Reed hearing. I think those will be the next upcoming, like soonest in terms of time wise. Latest Idaho documents all have been sealed. Wait, what do you mean? Or last, you're saying? Last Idaho documents? I don't even know which ones you're referencing. Are you talking about from the court docket that they were unsealing them? I mean, there were a number of documents that were unsealed. Are you saying they resealed stuff? Can you be more specific, Meg? I mean, because I have all of I mean, if anything was resealed, I have it when it was unsealed, basically. And I haven't seen anything released super recently. I'm trying to think of what the most recent batch. I think the most recent batch, right, was some of the court filings that were unsealed, right, from the docket. Oh, they filed new documents. Oh, who did? I hadn't seen that. Let me check. I did not know that. I didn't expect anything new to be filed, I guess. That's surprising. Let's see. But that doesn't surprise me because they're going to have to go through the same process as everything else, right? It doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm not saying it should be the case. I'm just saying it doesn't surprise me, right? I mean, that's kind of how this was ending up, right? Everything's going to be sealed until they go through it and decide what. Oh, I see. Yep, I see. Okay, so we've got motion to seal response to the court's second order regarding sealed documents. So it's motions about discussing the seal. It's a sealed motion to discuss the sealing of the motion. I mean, oh my God. Let me show you guys. This is just ridiculousness. It's so ridiculous it bears witnessing this. Let me show you guys. I mean, it's just like, it almost seems like it's like a joke, like they're trolling themselves, to be honest. Look, it looks like they're trolling themselves. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I'm just gonna click on one. I mean, this probably doesn't say anything, but it's not sealed. Oh, you guys can't see that. I mean, this like doesn't say any, like it's 2 pages, but the vast majority of it is everybody's like contact information. Let me see what the next one is. Or I'll go to order sealing. Okay. So it's just this back and forth, motion to seal, order to seal. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't know if there's anything substantive in any of this. I mean, it's wild to look at on the docket because it's just like, holy, like, I don't even know. It just looks like it's trolling itself. State's response. I mean, dude. So anyways, but thank you for letting me know that this happened, Meg. But yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's had any requests. So the recent interview between with Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson was interesting. I mean, I don't know. They've all had their points that would be worth talking about. But again, it's just like, I don't even know. Okay, this is just saying what they object. Oh, okay. Interesting. This is them stating what they have objections to and what they don't. I mean, you know. I mean, this one seems to have at least some information in it that could be interesting versus just like whatever. But you know, y'all just let me know if you want to go through any of this or any of the you know, the Idaho State Police reports are really fascinating, but there's like a fuck ton of them. So if anybody has requests or the photos, you know, it's like I remember I was getting ready to do a live stream on like that new huge batch of photos. I had some ideas for that, and I was like, had a lot I wanted to go through and talk about, and then it was like the next slew of stuff came out, and then the next slew of stuff came out, and it was just like, dude, it's like drowning, you know. But yeah, I've got all of it. So just let me know if you guys are especially interested in any of that. But yeah, like I said, I think we've got a good plan for that next upcoming live streams at the very least. You know, it's just extra with that. New photos, new as in how new? New as in like within the past week or? Yeah, the memes do write themselves. Yesterday? Okay, thank you for letting me know. I will go get those then. Because the last batch of photos I have, I can't honestly time. It's just hard to even, I don't know. It was not from yesterday though. I'll go check. Thank you though. Because even if we don't cover them, we might want to cover them later. And I just, you know, I don't want to like not grab them and then miss the opportunity should something happen. You know what I mean too. So like, I'll just go ahead and grab it. And yeah, but other than that, guys, Twiz said BRB like hours ago, and then he never RB'd. So hopefully he's okay. Twiz, are you okay? Let us know. Yeah, and also on the next live stream, we'll also have another installment of the new our new segment here, the Couture commentary. It's gonna be fun. Anyone who missed it, definitely go back to the beginning of the live stream and check out the or no, it wasn't the beginning. It was the intermission. It was like between days 7 and 8, we took an intermission and we watched the video from that Couture. I know it sounds dumb. Seriously, I think it's probably worth. It was really funny and interesting and crazy, and y'all will appreciate it. I promise you. Eventually, I'll have the timestamps done and it'll be timestamped. But it was such a hit that we're going to make it a new segment. So anywho, I love you guys. Y'all are the best. Also, I do have a funny story I think I'll be able to share with you guys hopefully tomorrow, involving stuff at the law firm and also squirrels and law firm combo. So, but love y'all. We'll be back together soon. But until then, squirrel.